Did you know Gumball's universe was nearly destroyed by a cosmic error before the Watterson family even existed? Long before a blue cat and his goldfish brother stumbled through the halls of Elmore Junior High, before their father Richard ate his way through the family savings, before their mother Nicole punched her way through rush hour traffic, the very fabric of the town they call home was stitched together from something far stranger than suburban normalcy would suggest. Elmore isn't just a quirky California town where animals talk and objects come to life. It's a place that exists because reality itself needed somewhere to put all the mistakes, all the discarded ideas, all the things that shouldn't work but somehow do anyway. The Amazing World of Gumball presents itself as a comedy about a dysfunctional family navigating middle school and minimum wage jobs. But buried beneath the slapstick and the fourth wall breaks lies a cosmology that threatens to unravel with each passing episode. A world held together by prophecy and populated by refugees from cancelled projects, where a painted banana can see the future and a static-filled nobody can rewrite the laws of physics out of spite. This is a universe where the void swallows forgotten characters whole, where the fabric of animation styles clashes and somehow coexists, where a remote control can literally change channels on reality itself, and where the greatest threat isn't a supervillain or an alien invasion, but the creeping awareness that none of this was ever meant to last. The stakes aren't just whether Gumball Watterson will pass his math test or win over Penny Fitzgerald. They're whether existence itself will hold together long enough for any of that to matter. And the deeper you look into the show's mythology, the more you realise that every joke about budget cuts and animation errors is actually a warning about the apocalypse that's been building since the first frame. To understand how a children's cartoon became a meditation on existential dread, wrapped in candy-coloured chaos, to understand why a show about a cat and a fish contains some of the most elaborate meta-narrative storytelling in modern animation, to understand why the finale of The Amazing World of Gumball isn't just an ending but a literal reckoning with the nature of reality itself, we have to go back to the very beginning, before Gumball, before Darwin, before the Wattersons, to the moment when Elmore itself came into being. Before the Wattersons ever set foot in their little house on the corner, before Gumball drew his first breath or Darwin sprouted his first leg, Elmore had to exist. And exist it did, though pinning down exactly when or how requires accepting that. The Amazing World of Gumball operates on a level of reality where questions like when and how are more suggestions than requirements. The pre-Watterson era, as we might call it, represents not so much a historical period as the necessary foundation upon which all the chaos we know would eventually unfold. This was the time when Elmore became Elmore, when the town's peculiar rules were written into the fabric of its existence, and when the stage was set for a blue cat and his family to stumble through life in the most spectacular fashion imaginable. Elmore itself materialised as a town that seemed to have skipped the usual evolutionary steps of urban development. There were no pioneer days, no founding fathers signing documents by candlelight, no gradual expansion from trading post to settlement to incorporated municipality. Elmore simply was, fully formed and already strange. The town's defining characteristic, the one that would shape every interaction and incident to come, was its population. Anthropomorphic animals walked the same streets as living objects, as humanoid creatures of indeterminate species, as sentient food items, as geometric shapes with faces. A peanut with antlers could stand in line behind a balloon with a face, who might be chatting with a puppet, who might be married to a cactus. The Amazing World of Gumball never bothered to explain why this was normal, and Elmore's earliest days, such as they were, already reflected this acceptance. The town didn't accommodate diversity so much as it was built from diversity as a fundamental building block. The physics of Elmore defied not just our world's laws, but consistency itself. Gravity worked until it didn't. Objects had weight and mass until the joke required otherwise. Characters could survive falls that should pulverize them, only to be genuinely injured by something trivial in the next scene. This wasn't the result of some cataclysmic event or magical intervention. It was simply how Elmore worked, how it had always worked, as if the town existed in a universe where cartoon logic wasn't logic at all, but the actual scientific principles governing reality. Buildings could be impossibly large inside compared to their exterior dimensions. The same street could look completely different depending on which episode you were watching. Not because it changed, but because Elmore's geography was more of a feeling than a fixed map. Time moved strangely too. Characters aged, but not consistently. Seasons changed, but not in any predictable pattern. The Amazing World of Gumball established early on that Elmore operated on dream rules, where the impossible was mundane, and the mundane could become a catastrophic threat without warning. Among the structures that rose in those formative days, Elmore Junior High stood as perhaps the most important. The school building itself was a sprawling complex of classrooms, hallways, a cafeteria, a gymnasium, a library, and various other spaces that would host countless disasters. The architecture was institutional in that universal way schools managed to be, all lockers and fluorescent lights and linoleum floors. But it was also, unmistakably, Elmore. The building could reconfigure itself as needed. Rooms appeared and disappeared. The principal's office was always exactly where the plot needed it to be. Elmore Junior High became the central hub, not just for education, but for the social ecosystem of the town's youth. This was where friendships would form, where rivalries would ignite, where Gumball Watterson would eventually spend his days narrowly avoiding academic failure, while dragging his adoptive brother Darwin into whatever scheme seemed like a good idea at the time. But before any of that, the school simply existed, waiting for students to fill its halls, waiting for Miss Simeon to begin her long career of tormenting children, waiting for Principal Brown to take up his position of well-meaning incompetence. The Watterson house came into being in a neighbourhood that already had that lived-in feeling, despite no one having lived there yet. It was a modest two-storey structure, pink with a red roof, unremarkable except for the fact that it would prove nearly indestructible, despite the family that would eventually inhabit it. The house had a living room, a kitchen, bedrooms, a bathroom, all the standard features. It also had a basement that seemed to change size and purpose, depending on what the story required, a backyard that could be either tiny or expansive, and a structural integrity that allowed it to survive explosions, floods, infestations, and the general wear and tear of housing 2 parents and 3 children, whose lives were a continuous string of catastrophes. The Amazing World of Gumball would later reveal that the house had some awareness, some quasi-sentience that let it react to its inhabitants. But even in these early days, it stood ready. The neighbourhood around it filled in with other homes, each housing the families and individuals who would become the supporting cast of the Wattersons' lives. The Robinsons would move in next door, though Gaylord Robinson wouldn't develop his deep loathing of Gumball until there was a Gumball to loathe. Elmore Mall rose as the commercial heart of the town, a sprawling indoor shopping complex that contained seemingly every store anyone might need and several no one could possibly need. The mall's layout was a labyrinth of corridors and shops, with a food court that served as a gathering place and a parking lot that stretched to impossible horizons. Laser Video was there, the video rental store where Larry would eventually work one of his many jobs. Ripley 2000 provided clothing for Elmore's fashion-conscious residents, though given that many characters wore the same outfit every day, fashion-conscious was relative. The mall also housed a cinema, an arcade, various kiosks, and a central atrium where community events could unfold. The Amazing World of Gumball used Elmore Mall as a recurring location precisely because it was so versatile. Need a chase scene? The mall's corridors were perfect. Need a social gathering? The food court awaited. Need to show the banality of suburban life? Nothing said suburban banality quite like a mid-tier shopping mall. The mall's existence in the pre-Watterson era meant that when the town's residents needed to shop, socialise, or simply kill time, they had a destination that was both familiar and sufficiently strange to fit Elmore's aesthetic. The infrastructure of Elmore developed to serve its bizarre population, though developed suggests a planning process that probably never happened. Roads appeared, winding through the town in patterns that made sense locally, but defied any broader logic. Elmore Park provided green space, with trees and grass and playground equipment, though the park could be serene or dangerous, depending on the day. Public services emerged because a town needs public services, even a town as dysfunctional as Elmore. There was a power grid, though it failed regularly. There was a water system, though what came out of the taps wasn't always strictly water. There was a public transportation system, minimal but present, including buses that Larry would eventually drive. The Amazing World of Gumball rarely focused on the nuts and bolts of municipal infrastructure, but the show's background details confirmed that Elmore had all the systems a modern town required. They just worked with the same chaotic energy that governed everything else. The position of mayor existed, which meant at some point Elmore held its first election. The show never detailed who that first mayor was, but given the quality of leadership Elmore would display in later years, we can assume the tradition of ineffective governance started early. The mayor's office, located in what we must presume was a town hall or government building, wielded authority in the nominal sense. Mayors in the Amazing World of Gumball appeared occasionally to make proclamations, cut ribbons, and generally failed to address the town's problems in any meaningful way. The electoral process itself was probably as chaotic as everything else in Elmore, with candidates who might be a cloud or a sentient pair of pants, with campaign promises that were forgotten immediately, with voter turnout that fluctuated based on whether anyone remembered there was an election happening. The important thing was that the structure existed. The office was there, and whoever sat in it was responsible for a town that was fundamentally unmanageable. Elmore's school system organised itself around Elmore Junior High as the focal point, though there was also Elmore Elementary for younger students and Elmore High for older ones. The junior high became the centre of the educational universe for the Amazing World of Gumball, because that's where Gumball and Darwin attended, where their classmates, Penny and Tobias and Banana Joe, and all the others spent their days. The school system employed teachers of varying competence, from Miss Simeon, the ancient and bitter baboon who taught Gumball's class, to Mr. Small, the hippie guidance counsellor whose advice was always heartfelt and rarely helpful. The curriculum was standard, covering math and science and history, and all the subjects students traditionally ignore, but delivered in ways that only Elmore could manage. The school system's existence in the pre-Watterson era meant that by the time the Watterson children enrolled, the institution was already well established in its patterns of barely functional education and maximum social drama. Local businesses began to flourish, though flourish might be generous for establishments that seemed to operate on the edge of bankruptcy. Larry's Needle Emporium was one such business, a store selling sewing supplies and fabric, though Larry would eventually work at so many different jobs across Elmore that his connection to any single business became almost irrelevant. Joyful Burger emerged as the town's fast food restaurant of choice, a greasy establishment where Larry would also work, serving burgers and fries to customers who included living food items, which raised questions the show wisely never addressed. The Amazing World of Gumball populated Elmore with dozens of businesses, each catering to the town's eclectic tastes and needs. There was Ripley 2000 for clothes, food and stuff for groceries, Laser Video for entertainment, the gas station where Larry worked, the donut shop where Larry worked, the electronics store where Larry worked. The pattern became clear. Elmore's economy ran on a handful of businesses staffed primarily by Larry, who had somehow become the town's entire service industry workforce. But in these early days, before Larry's omnipresence became a running joke, these businesses simply opened their doors and began serving a customer base that defied demographic analysis. The Elmore Daily came into existence as the town's newspaper of record, documenting the peculiar happenings that constituted daily life in Elmore. The paper covered local news, which in Elmore meant reporting on incidents that would be considered apocalyptic anywhere else, but were just Tuesday here. The Amazing World of Gumball showed the newspaper in various episodes, usually as a prop or background element, but its existence confirmed that Elmore had media infrastructure. Someone was writing articles about the town's events. Someone was taking photographs. Someone was running a printing press and organising distribution. The Elmore Daily probably had a small staff, probably struggled financially, like most local newspapers, and probably found itself reporting on stories that strained the limits of journalistic objectivity. How do you write a straight news article about a T-Rex rampaging through downtown when the T-Rex is also a respected member of the community who just lost his temper? The police force established itself with Officer Ochoa becoming one of its earliest and most recognisable members. The Elmore Police Department, as it would come to be known, was responsible for maintaining law and order in a town where law and order were loose concepts at best. The police had a station, they had patrol cars, they had uniforms and badges and all the trappings of a legitimate law enforcement agency. What they didn't have was effectiveness. Officer Ochoa and his colleagues would respond to calls, investigate crimes, and generally go through the motions of police work, while accomplishing very little. The Amazing World of Gumball portrayed the Elmore police as well-meaning but overwhelmed, facing situations that no amount of training could prepare them for. In the pre-Watterson era, the police force was presumably more optimistic, not yet worn down by years of dealing with the impossible-made routine. The growing population of Elmore demanded infrastructure to match its ambitions, and so the town's transportation system came into being during this formative period. Buses began running regular routes through the streets, though regular is perhaps too generous a word for vehicles that occasionally sprouted legs and wandered off their designated paths or spontaneously transformed into entirely different modes of transport mid-journey. The Elmore buses, as seen throughout the Amazing World of Gumball, operate on a logic that defies conventional engineering, their schedules more suggestion than promise. Trains arrived shortly after, connecting Elmore to the broader world beyond its borders, though these locomotives proved equally susceptible to the town's peculiar physics. The train system would later feature in episodes where Gumball and Darwin encounter its bizarre operational quirks, including carriages that exist in impossible configurations and conductors who may or may not be sentient objects. The depot itself became a landmark, a structure that somehow manages to be both entirely functional and completely nonsensical, with platforms that occasionally lead to nowhere, and ticket booths staffed by employees whose species defies easy categorization. The establishment of Elmore's first library marked a turning point in the town's cultural development, creating a repository for knowledge in a place where knowledge itself could be slippery. The library building, which would later appear in numerous episodes of The Amazing World of Gumball, houses collections that span every conceivable subject, from practical guides to volumes that seem to have been written by the books themselves. The head librarian position was filled early on, setting a precedent for the strict enforcement of silence that would become the institution's defining characteristic. The library serves as a quiet retreat for Elmore's residents, though quiet is relative in a town where books occasionally read themselves aloud, and the card catalogue system operates on dream logic. The shelves stretch in configurations that shouldn't fit within the building's exterior dimensions, a spatial impossibility that bothers no one, because this is Elmore, and such things are simply accepted. Students from Elmore Junior High would eventually make regular use of the facility, though their visits often end in chaos, as documented in episodes where Gumball and Darwin's research projects spiral into disaster. Elmore's park system developed in tandem with the town's residential expansion, creating green spaces where citizens could gather and experience nature, or at least Elmore's version of it. Elmore Park emerged as the crown jewel of this system, a sprawling expanse of grass, trees, and recreational facilities that would become a recurring location throughout the amazing world of Gumball. The park features playground equipment that occasionally becomes sentient, benches that remember everyone who has ever sat on them, and a pond inhabited by creatures whose evolutionary origins raise more questions than answers. Picnics in Elmore Park are a beloved tradition, though the ants that inevitably appear at such gatherings are often large enough to carry off entire sandwiches and have been known to organise themselves into surprisingly complex social structures. The park's walking paths wind through landscaping that shifts subtly when no one is looking, ensuring that the same walk never quite follows the same route twice. Outdoor activities flourish here, from casual games of catch to elaborate festivals, and the Wattersons themselves would become regular visitors, with varying degrees of success in their attempts at normal family recreation. Sports culture took root in Elmore, with the formation of the town's first athletic teams, and the Elmore Elephants quickly established themselves as the premier franchise. The team's mascot, an actual elephant who may or may not understand that he is serving as a mascot rather than simply attending games, became an icon of Elmore's approach to organised athletics. The Elephants compete in various sports throughout the year, their games attended by enthusiastic crowds who accept that the rules of any given match might spontaneously change mid-play. Elmore Junior High would later field its own teams, the Elmore Junior High Trojans, continuing the tradition of competitive sports in an environment where competition itself is subject to the town's reality-bending properties. The sports facilities constructed during this era include fields that sometimes expand or contract based on the excitement level of the game being played, and scoreboards that occasionally editorialize about the quality of play they are meant to objectively record. Cheerleading squads developed alongside the teams, their routines incorporating physics that would be impossible anywhere but Elmore, with pyramids that defy gravity and chants that sometimes manifest as visible sound waves. The construction of Elmore's first theatre brought performing arts to a town that was already inherently theatrical. The theatre building, with its marquee and velvet curtains and rows of seats that may contain more or fewer chairs depending on attendance, became a venue for plays and performances that reflected the community's bizarre nature. Production staged here range from classical works reinterpreted through Elmore's surreal lens to original pieces that could only exist in a place where the fourth wall is more of a suggestion. Actors from across Elmore's diverse population take to the stage, their performances sometimes literally moving, as emotions in this town can have physical manifestations. The theatre would later appear in the Amazing World of Gumball episodes, featuring school plays and community productions, events that inevitably spiral into chaos as the line between performance and reality blurs. The building's backstage area is rumoured to be larger than the theatre itself, with dressing rooms that connect to impossible spaces and a props department that may contain actual magical items mixed in with the fake swords and rubber chickens. Elmore Days emerged as the town's first annual festival, a celebration that would become a cornerstone of community life. The festival features parades that wind through downtown streets, with floats that sometimes achieve independent locomotion and marching bands whose instruments occasionally play themselves. Games of chance and skill line the festival grounds, though chance in Elmore operates on principles that would baffle statisticians, and skill is often less important than the ability to adapt when the rules suddenly change. Local talent takes centre stage during Elmore Days, with performances showcasing the abilities of residents whose talents range from the merely impressive to the physically impossible. The Watterson family would participate in Elmore Days in future years, their involvement typically resulting in memorable disasters that somehow never quite dampen the festival's spirit. Food vendors offer cuisine that represents Elmore's incredible diversity, with dishes that sometimes retain characteristics of their sentient ingredients and beverages that may or may not alter the drinker's perception of reality. The festival concludes with fireworks that paint the sky in colours that don't exist in the standard spectrum, a fitting end to a celebration of a town that has never been standard. The establishment of Elmore's first art gallery provided a venue for visual expression in a community where reality itself is often a work of art. The gallery's white walls display works from local artists, pieces that draw inspiration from the town's surreal environment, and often incorporate that surreality directly into the medium. Paintings that shift their composition when viewed from different angles hang beside sculptures that exist in more than 3 dimensions, and photography that captures moments that never quite happened in the way the images suggest. The gallery would appear in later episodes of The Amazing World of Gumball, its exhibitions serving as backdrops for adventures and misadventures alike. Curators face the unique challenge of arranging shows in a space where the artwork sometimes rearranges itself. And opening night receptions are social events where the line between observer and observed frequently dissolves. Local artists whose work appears in the gallery include residents from across Elmore's spectrum of species and sentience levels, because in this town, artistic vision is not limited by conventional definitions of consciousness. The gallery also houses a small gift shop that sells prints and merchandise, items that occasionally retain a fraction of the original work's reality-bending properties. Elmore FM launched as the town's first radio station, its signal broadcasting music and news to a community that desperately needed a shared source of information, even if that information was filtered through Elmore's unique perspective. The station's DJs, including personalities who would become local celebrities, spin records that sometimes play different songs than their labels indicate, and conduct interviews with guests whose answers occasionally precede the questions. News broadcasts on Elmore FM report on local events with the kind of matter-of-fact delivery that treats the impossible as mundane. Because in Elmore, the impossible is mundane. The station would be referenced throughout the Amazing World of Gumball, its broadcasts providing soundtrack and context for the Wattersons' adventures. The radio tower that transmits Elmore FM's signal rises above the town like a metal tree, its antenna occasionally picking up transmissions from sources that may not exist in conventional space-time. Call-in shows allow residents to share their opinions and experiences, conversations that reveal the depth and strangeness of life in this community. Commercial breaks feature advertisements for local businesses, spots that are often more entertaining than the programming they interrupt, and sometimes contain subliminal messages that are neither particularly nor particularly liminal. The planting of Elmore's first community garden created a green space dedicated to cultivation and cooperation, a patch of earth where residents could grow fresh produce and connect with the land. The garden plots, assigned to families and individuals throughout the town, yield vegetables and fruits that are sometimes more vibrant and alive than produce has any right to be. Tomatoes grown in Elmore's community garden might retain a hint of sentience, and the carrots occasionally burrow back into the soil if left unattended. The garden serves as a gathering place where neighbours meet and share gardening tips that blend practical horticulture with the kind of surreal problem-solving that Elmore demands. Watering schedules are posted on a bulletin board that updates itself, and the tool shed contains implements that range from standard rakes and hoes to devices whose purpose is unclear, but whose effectiveness is undeniable. The garden would later appear in episodes of The Amazing World of Gumball as a location where characters seek peace or produce, their visits typically complicated by the garden's tendency to grow more enthusiastically than intended. Compost bins in one corner of the garden break down organic matter with remarkable efficiency, possibly because the decomposition process in Elmore is accelerated by the same forces that make everything else in town slightly impossible. Environmental awareness came to Elmore with the initiation of the town's first recycling program, an effort to manage waste in a community where waste itself could be unpredictable. Recycling bins appeared on street corners and in public spaces, their colour-coded system designed to sort paper, plastic and glass, though the materials being recycled sometimes objected to their categorisation. The programme promoted consciousness about consumption among Elmore's diverse population, encouraging residents to consider the life cycle of products in a town where life cycles could be literal. The recycling centre that processes collected materials operates on principles that are part environmental science and part alchemy, transforming trash into treasure through methods that would fascinate and horrify conventional waste management professionals. Educational campaigns about recycling reached schools including Elmore Junior High, where students learned about sustainability through lessons that acknowledged the particular challenges of environmental stewardship in a place where the environment itself is unstable. The programme's success varied as some residents embraced recycling with enthusiasm, while others found the whole concept baffling, but the effort itself represented Elmore's attempt to impose order and responsibility on a fundamentally chaotic existence. The founding of Elmore's first historical society created an institution dedicated to documenting the town's unique origins and development, a necessary undertaking in a place where history itself seemed unusually fluid. The Society's members, volunteers drawn from Elmore's population of amateur historians and professional busybodies, collected artefacts and testimonies that painted a picture of the town's evolution. Their archive grew to include photographs that showed buildings in locations they no longer occupied, documents signed by founders whose existence was disputed, and oral histories that contradicted each other in fascinating ways. The Historical Society would be referenced in The Amazing World of Gumball as a source of information about Elmore's past, though the reliability of that information was always questionable. Meetings of the Society devolved into debates about what actually happened versus what seemed to have happened versus what should have happened, conversations that revealed more about Elmore's nature than any agreed-upon facts ever could. The Society's headquarters, a small building donated by the town, contained display cases showcasing Elmore's heritage, exhibits that sometimes rearranged themselves to present alternative versions of events. Elmore's first technology fair showcased the innovative and often impractical inventions created by the town's residents, a celebration of ingenuity unconstrained by conventional physics or common sense. The fair attracted inventors from across Elmore, each presenting devices that solved problems no one knew existed or created problems no one had previously imagined. Exhibits demonstrated machines that ran on impossible energy sources, gadgets that performed their functions through means that defied explanation, and prototypes that were simultaneously brilliant and useless. Judges evaluated submissions based on criteria that included creativity, functionality, and entertainment value, though functionality, in Elmore, meant something different than it did elsewhere. The technology fair would establish a tradition of innovation in the town, inspiring future generations to push boundaries that were already barely existent. Prizes were awarded in various categories, trophies that winners displayed with pride, despite the fact that the trophies sometimes wandered off on their own. The fair also featured demonstrations that occasionally went awry in spectacular fashion, accidents that were quickly incorporated into the entertainment value of the event because, in Elmore, disaster and success were often indistinguishable. The organisation of Elmore's first annual talent show provided a stage for residents to display their diverse skills and abilities, a showcase that would become a beloved tradition. Performers signed up to demonstrate everything, from conventional talents like singing and dancing to abilities that existed only in Elmore, such as the capacity to briefly exist in two places simultaneously or the skill of communicating with inanimate objects. The talent show took place in the town's theatre, its stage hosting acts that ranged from genuinely impressive to impressively bizarre. Judges, selected from Elmore's community leaders and local celebrities, evaluated performances using scorecards that sometimes filled themselves out, and audience reactions played a significant role in determining winners. The Watterson family would participate in future talent shows, their acts typically ambitious in conception and catastrophic in execution, as documented in episodes of The Amazing World of Gumball. The annual event became a highlight of Elmore's social calendar, an evening when the town gathered to celebrate the abilities that made its residents unique, even by the already unique standards of a community where uniqueness was the norm. Backstage at the talent show was controlled chaos, performers preparing their acts while dealing with the usual complications of life in Elmore, where even simple preparations could spiral into surreal complications. Before Elmore could become the chaotic backdrop for one family's daily disasters, that family had to actually exist. The town was built, the neighbourhoods were settled, and somewhere in the years leading up to the events we see in The Amazing World of Gumball, the pieces that would eventually form the Watterson household began falling into place. This is the pre-series era, the origin story that the show itself only reveals in fragments, flashbacks scattered across episodes like The Origins, The Choices, and The Signature. Richard Watterson grew up in Elmore as a pink cat with no particular direction in life. The show makes it clear, through multiple episodes, that Richard's defining characteristic, even in his youth, was a profound lack of ambition paired with an almost supernatural ability to avoid responsibility. His childhood, glimpsed in flashbacks, shows a boy who preferred napping to homework and snacking to achievement. Richard's parents, seen briefly in episodes like The Authority, didn't exactly push him toward greatness. His father, Frankie, appears as an equally lazy figure, suggesting that Richard's approach to life might be hereditary, a genetic predisposition toward doing absolutely nothing whenever possible. By the time Richard reached adulthood, he had no career prospects, no educational credentials worth mentioning, and no real plan beyond continuing his comfortable existence of minimal effort. Elmore, with its bizarre tolerance for all forms of life and lifestyle, was the perfect environment for someone like Richard to simply exist without society demanding much in return. Nicole Watterson's backstory is considerably more dramatic. The Amazing World of Gumball establishes in The Fury and other episodes that Nicole wasn't originally from Elmore at all. She came from a hometown in Japan, a place where she trained in martial arts under a strict master and developed the ferocious, competitive drive that would define her entire personality. Nicole's childhood was the polar opposite of Richard's pampered laziness. She was pushed, tested, and forged into someone who approached every challenge as a battle to be won. Her fighting skills, which the show demonstrates repeatedly throughout the series, weren't just a hobby. They were the foundation of her identity. Nicole's decision to leave Japan and move to Elmore represents a break from that intense world, though the show never fully explains what prompted the move. What we do know from the series is that Nicole arrived in Elmore as a young adult, a blue rabbit with fierce determination and a temper that could ignite at the slightest provocation. She was everything Richard was not: driven, capable, and absolutely unwilling to settle for mediocrity. The meeting between Richard and Nicole is one of those cosmic accidents that the Amazing World of Gumball treats with appropriate absurdity. According to the flashbacks shown in episodes like The Choices, Richard and Nicole's first encounter happened at a local diner in Elmore, one of those unremarkable establishments that dot the town's commercial landscape. Richard, displaying the graceful coordination that would later make him a household disaster, managed to spill soda directly onto Nicole. The show depicts this moment as both ridiculous and somehow inevitable, the kind of clumsy collision that could only happen to someone as oblivious as Richard. Nicole's initial reaction, as you might expect from someone with her temperament, was fury. She had every reason to write Richard off as just another incompetent fool cluttering up her new town. The soda incident should have been the end of their story before it even began. But the Amazing World of Gumball, for all its chaos, occasionally acknowledges that opposites can attract in ways that defy logic. Despite their fundamental differences, despite the fact that Richard represented everything Nicole had probably been taught to avoid, something clicked. The show reveals through various flashbacks that Richard and Nicole discovered a shared sense of humour, an ability to make each other laugh that transcended their wildly different approaches to life. Richard's goofy optimism somehow complemented Nicole's intense seriousness. Where she saw obstacles to overcome, he saw opportunities to relax. Where she felt the constant pressure to succeed, he offered the radical alternative of simply not caring. Their early dating period, glimpsed in episodes that peel back the Watterson family history, shows two people who probably shouldn't work together, but somehow do. Nicole found herself charmed by Richard's complete lack of pretension, his genuine kindness buried under layers of laziness. Richard, for his part, was drawn to Nicole's strength, perhaps recognizing that he needed someone capable of handling all the life responsibilities he had no intention of managing himself. The proposal, as recounted in the Amazing World of Gumball's flashback episodes, was quintessentially Richard. There was no elaborate planning, no romantic destination, no carefully rehearsed speech. Richard's proposal to Nicole was clumsy, awkward, and completely sincere in a way that only he could manage. The show doesn't give us every detail, but what we see suggests that Richard simply blurted out his feelings in the most graceless way possible, probably at an inconvenient moment, almost certainly without a ring readily available. And Nicole, who could have done so much better by any conventional measure, who had the strength and determination to build whatever life she wanted, said yes. It's one of the show's recurring mysteries, this question of why Nicole chose Richard. Episodes like The Choices explore her thought process, showing us the alternate life she could have had, the successful path she abandoned. But in the end, Nicole accepted Richard's proposal, committing herself to a man who would never match her drive or ambition. Their wedding was a small ceremony, the kind of modest affair that fit Richard's lack of resources and Nicole's practical nature. The Amazing World of Gumball shows us glimpses of this event in flashback form, with families and friends gathered to witness two fundamentally incompatible people make their union official. Richard's family, the Wattersons we occasionally meet in episodes scattered throughout the series, attended with their characteristic lack of enthusiasm for anything requiring effort. Nicole's side of the ceremony is less documented in the show, though we know from episodes featuring her mother and father that her family had opinions about her choice of husband. The wedding marked the official beginning of the Watterson family as a unit, the moment when Richard and Nicole's personal chaos became a shared project. Nicole's pregnancy with their first child arrived while Richard was still struggling to find any kind of steady employment. The Amazing World of Gumball makes it abundantly clear across multiple episodes that Richard has never held a job for long, never demonstrated any particular skill or talent that might translate into a career. His work history, such as it is, consists of brief stints at various Elmore businesses, each ending in disaster or simply fading away when Richard lost interest. So when Nicole discovered she was pregnant with Gumball, the family's financial situation was already precarious. Nicole was working, of course, because Nicole was always working, but the prospect of adding a child to their household meant even greater pressure on their limited resources. The show treats this situation with its typical blend of comedy and underlying darkness. Richard's inability to contribute financially isn't played as malicious or cruel. He's simply incapable of maintaining the focus and responsibility that employment requires. Gumball Watterson entered the world as a blue cat, a genetic combination that the Amazing World of Gumball never really explains in scientific terms, because the show's universe doesn't operate on scientific terms. His father is a pink cat, his mother is a blue rabbit, and somehow their offspring is a blue cat. The show's logic is cartoon logic, where genetics follow the rules of visual comedy rather than biology. But what matters is that Gumball inherited traits from both parents in ways that would define his character throughout the series. From Richard, Gumball got a certain goofiness, an optimism that borders on delusion, and a tendency to leap before looking. From Nicole, he inherited her competitive fire, her refusal to back down from challenges, and a temper that can explode when pushed too far. As a baby, Gumball was already displaying the energetic personality that would later make him the centre of so many disasters. The show's flashbacks to Gumball's infancy reveal a child who was never calm, never content to simply sit quietly. Even as a toddler, Gumball Watterson was a force of chaos. The family's dynamic shifted into the pattern that would define them for years to come. Nicole, recognising that Richard was never going to be the primary breadwinner, took on that role herself. The Amazing World of Gumball shows us through various episodes that Nicole works at the Rainbow Factory, a mysterious facility in Elmore that apparently manufactures rainbows through processes the show wisely never explains in detail. But one job wasn't enough to support a family with Richard's complete lack of income. So Nicole took on additional work, multiple jobs layered on top of each other, a grinding schedule that would break most people. The show depicts Nicole's work ethic as both admirable and slightly terrifying, a woman who refuses to let her family suffer even as she shoulders an impossible burden. Her fierce determination, the same quality that made her a martial arts champion in Japan, now channeled into keeping the Watterson household financially afloat. Richard, meanwhile, became a stay-at-home parent, though that term implies a level of competence that Richard never quite achieved. The Amazing World of Gumball makes it clear, through countless episodes, that Richard struggles with even the most basic responsibilities of parenthood. Keeping Gumball fed, safe, and reasonably clean proved to be constant challenges for a man whose natural state is horizontal on the couch. The show's flashbacks to Gumball's toddler years reveal a household in perpetual disarray, with Richard attempting to manage childcare through the same lazy approach he applied to everything else. Gumball, as a young child, didn't make things easier. He was energetic, curious, and frequently getting into mischief that required actual parental intervention. The Amazing World of Gumball depicts toddler Gumball as a miniature tornado, touching everything, climbing everything, and generally creating disasters that Richard was ill-equipped to prevent or clean up. At some point during Gumball's early childhood, Richard made a decision that would have profound consequences for the Watterson family, though he almost certainly didn't think about it that deeply at the time. Richard went to a pet store in Elmore, one of the town's many small businesses catering to the needs of its diverse population, and purchased a goldfish. The show reveals in the crucial episode The Origins that this goldfish, a small orange fish in a plastic bag, was intended as a companion for Gumball. Richard named the fish Darwin, probably without considering whether goldfish needed names or whether a pet was really what their chaotic household required. It seemed like a simple purchase, a cheap pet to keep a lonely child company while Richard napped. But in the strange reality of Elmore, where the amazing world of Gumball operates under rules that allow for constant impossibilities, this goldfish would eventually become something far more than a pet. The goldfish that Richard had won at a carnival, a tiny orange creature swimming circles in a plastic bag, quickly became far more than a pet to young Gumball Watterson. Darwin, as the fish was named, developed into Gumball's best friend and constant companion, a relationship that would define both their lives in ways the family could never have predicted. Gumball would talk to Darwin for hours, pressing his face against the fishbowl glass, sharing his thoughts about everything from what he'd eaten for breakfast to elaborate fantasies about becoming a hero. The bond between boy and fish grew so strong that Gumball refused to go anywhere without Darwin's bowl, carrying it from room to room, sometimes even attempting to bring it outside, until Nicole put her foot down about the logistics of transporting a fish bowl on family outings. What happened next remains one of the most inexplicable events in Watterson family history, though in Elmore such transformations barely register as unusual. Darwin, after years of living as an ordinary goldfish, unexpectedly grew legs and began walking, a development that caught the entire family off guard, despite the town's general acceptance of the impossible. The exact mechanism of this transformation has never been fully explained, though it appears to have been driven by Darwin's sheer determination to be closer to Gumball, his love for his owner literally reshaping his biology. One morning, the family woke to find wet footprints leading from the fishbowl to Gumball's bed, where Darwin stood on two newly formed legs, grinning with that permanent fish smile, already adapting to breathing air through a process that defies conventional biology. The Watterson family, to their credit, adapted to having a walking, talking goldfish as a family member with remarkable speed. Richard immediately began treating Darwin as a second son, while Nicole, ever practical, focused on the logistics of clothing a fish with legs and ensuring he stayed properly hydrated. Gumball himself was overjoyed, finally able to run and play with his best friend without the constraints of a fishbowl. Darwin's transformation meant he could attend school, eat at the dinner table, and participate fully in family life. Though his fish instincts occasionally surfaced in unexpected ways, like his tendency to gulp air or his uncomfortable relationship with seafood restaurants. Around this same period, Nicole discovered she was pregnant again, a development that brought both joy and considerable anxiety to the Watterson household. The family's financial situation remained precarious, with Richard still cycling through brief, unsuccessful employment attempts and Nicole working multiple part-time positions to keep the family afloat. The prospect of adding another mouth to feed weighed heavily on Nicole, though she channeled her worry into meticulous preparation, reading every parenting book she could borrow from the Elmore library and transforming their cramped apartment into something resembling a nursery. Gumball, now old enough to understand he would be getting a sibling, oscillated between excitement and jealousy, while Darwin, still adjusting to his new legs, seemed thrilled at the prospect of the family expanding. Anais Watterson entered the world as a pink rabbit, taking after her mother's species rather than her father's, and from her very first moments displayed a level of awareness that unsettled even the delivery room staff. Where most newborns arrive squalling and confused, Anais emerged with eyes that seemed to calculate and assess her surroundings, a quiet intensity that would become her defining characteristic. Nicole, exhausted from labour, noticed immediately that something was different about her daughter, a sharpness of focus that went beyond normal infant behaviour. Richard, holding his newborn daughter for the first time, felt vaguely judged by the way Anais studied his face, though he chalked it up to new parent paranoia. The remarkable intelligence that Anais displayed from birth only intensified as she grew. While Gumball and Darwin had taken their time with developmental milestones, stumbling through learning to walk and talk with the expected difficulties, Anais seemed to skip entire stages of development. She spoke her first complete sentence at an age when most children are still babbling, a grammatically perfect observation about the inefficiency of her diaper-changing process that left Nicole momentarily speechless. By the time most toddlers are learning basic shapes, Anais was reading chapter books, correcting her parents' grammar, and demonstrating a grasp of mathematics that far exceeded anything Gumball had achieved by age 7. The dynamic between the Watterson siblings shifted dramatically with Anais's arrival and her obvious intellectual superiority. Gumball, who had grown accustomed to being the oldest and theoretically the leader among the children, found himself regularly outsmarted and outmaneuvered by his baby sister. Darwin, ever good-natured, seemed less bothered by Anais's brilliance, though even he occasionally felt the sting of her cutting observations about his and Gumball's various schemes. Anais, for her part, loved her brothers despite their comparative lack of intelligence, though she often struggled to understand why they made such consistently poor decisions. The age hierarchy of the family had been inverted intellectually, creating a household where the youngest member often ended up solving problems the older children created. Throughout this period, the Watterson family's financial struggles continued to dominate their daily existence, forcing them into a pattern of frequent moves within Elmore that disrupted any sense of stability. The family bounced from apartment to apartment, each one slightly worse than the last, as landlords lost patience with Richard's inability to hold employment and the general chaos that seemed to follow the Wattersons wherever they went. Nicole kept careful track of their possessions, packing and unpacking boxes with grim efficiency, while Gumball and Darwin learned not to get too attached to any particular bedroom or neighbourhood. Each move meant new schools, new neighbours, and new challenges, though Elmore's relatively small size meant they kept encountering the same faces in different contexts. The constant relocation took its toll on the entire family, but Nicole bore the brunt of the stress, working longer hours to cover rent deposits and moving costs, while simultaneously trying to maintain some semblance of normalcy for her children. She applied for countless positions around Elmore, facing rejection after rejection, her resume growing increasingly desperate as she emphasized any skill or experience that might make her employable. Richard, meanwhile, seemed oblivious to the severity of their situation, his eternal optimism preventing him from grasping just how close they teetered to genuine homelessness. He would suggest increasingly absurd money-making schemes, from starting a business selling his homemade sandwiches to entering contests he had no chance of winning, while Nicole quietly handled the actual work of keeping them housed and fed. The breakthrough came when Nicole secured a stable position at a local company, a rainbow factory where she would work in what appeared to be middle management, finally providing the Watterson family with genuine financial security for the first time since Gumball's birth. The job came with regular hours, actual benefits, and most importantly, a steady paycheck that meant Nicole could stop juggling multiple part-time positions and actually sleep occasionally. Her new employer seemed impressed by her work ethic and organizational skills, qualities she had honed through years of managing the chaos of the Watterson household. The position wasn't glamorous, and the work could be tedious, but it represented stability, something Nicole had been chasing for years. With Nicole's new income, the Wattersons finally managed to settle into their iconic home on Vulture Drive in Elmore, a modest two-story house that would become the primary setting for countless future adventures. The house itself was nothing special by Elmore standards, a simple suburban dwelling with a small yard, but to the Wattersons it represented achievement, a permanent address after years of temporary housing. Nicole threw herself into making the house a home, decorating with a fierce determination that betrayed how much the constant moving had affected her. Richard celebrated by immediately claiming the couch as his permanent territory, while Gumball and Darwin explored every corner of their new shared bedroom. Anais, still very young but already opinionated, approved of the house's layout with the air of a tiny architect reviewing blueprints. The stability of Vulture Drive coincided with another major transition, as Gumball and Darwin began attending Elmore Junior High, the educational institution that would serve as the backdrop for much of their lives. The school, a sprawling building filled with an impossibly diverse student body, introduced the boys to a cast of characters who would become central to their daily existence. There was Penny Fitzgerald, a peanut with antlers whose shell concealed her true form, and who immediately caught Gumball's eye despite his complete inability to speak coherently in her presence. Tobias Wilson, a rainbow-coloured character with an inflated sense of his own coolness, quickly positioned himself as a rival for social status. Carrie, a ghost girl who could phase through solid objects, brought a gothic sensibility to the classroom. Banana Joe, exactly what his name suggested, provided constant, if somewhat irritating, enthusiasm. The faculty at Elmore Junior High proved equally memorable, particularly Miss Simeon, an ancient and bitter teacher who seemed to have a personal vendetta against the Watterson family, particularly Gumball. Her antagonism toward Gumball appeared to stem from some deeper issue, possibly related to his father Richard, though the exact nature of her grudge remained unclear. Principal Nigel Brown, a furry brown creature with the patience of a saint, spent much of his time managing the chaos that naturally erupted in a school serving Elmore's unusual population. The school itself operated under rules that seemed to shift based on narrative convenience, with a curriculum that covered everything from standard mathematics to surviving supernatural encounters. Gumball and Darwin's integration into Elmore Junior High was predictably chaotic, as the duo's tendency towards schemes and disasters translated seamlessly from home life to academic settings. They quickly established themselves as troublemakers, not through malice but through a combination of good intentions, poor planning, and spectacularly bad luck. Darwin's inherent kindness and optimism balanced Gumball's more cynical and self-centered impulses, creating a partnership that somehow made both characters worse decision-makers than they would have been individually. Their friendship, already strong from years of companionship, deepened into something unbreakable as they navigated the social complexities of junior high together. Anais, despite being years younger than her brothers, didn't remain in preschool for long before enrolling in kindergarten, where her exceptional intellect immediately set her apart from her age peers. The kindergarten teachers at Elmore quickly realised they had a unique student on their hands, a 4-year-old who could solve complex equations and engage in philosophical debates, while her classmates were still mastering basic colours. The school system, flexible in the way only Elmore institutions could be, began advancing Anais through grade levels at an accelerated pace, though they ultimately seemed to settle on keeping her in kindergarten for social development purposes, despite her academic abilities far exceeding the curriculum. Anais endured this with barely concealed frustration, surrounded by classmates who wanted to play with blocks while she contemplated advanced physics. Back at the Watterson household, the family dynamic settled into patterns that would define their relationships for years to come. Richard continued to struggle with unemployment, his days blending into an endless cycle of television watching, snacking, and occasional bursts of activity that inevitably ended in disaster. He had fully embraced his role as a stay-at-home father, though his actual parenting consisted mainly of being present in the house, while the children raised themselves. Nicole, meanwhile, found herself increasingly stressed as she balanced her demanding job at the Rainbow Factory with the never-ending responsibilities of managing the Watterson household, a task that required the organisational skills of a military general and the patience of a saint. The division of labour in the Watterson home was stark and increasingly problematic. Nicole worked full-time, handled the family finances, managed household repairs, and still somehow found time to cook dinner and help with homework, while Richard's primary contribution was occasionally remembering to feed the children lunch. Nicole's stress manifested in explosive bursts of rage, her eyes literally glowing with fury when pushed too far, a supernatural expression of anger that terrified her family into temporary compliance. She loved Richard deeply, their romance still flickering beneath the exhaustion and frustration, but the imbalance in their relationship created constant tension that the children learned to navigate carefully. The domestic machinery of the Watterson household, once assembled, required constant maintenance. The Amazing World of Gumball makes clear that household chores became a battlefield where good intentions collided with reality on a near-daily basis. Dishes piled in the sink, laundry mountains formed in the hallway. The vacuum cleaner, when anyone remembered it existed, would be wielded with the enthusiasm of someone defusing a bomb. Richard's approach to cleaning involved a creative reinterpretation of what clean meant, a philosophy that often resulted in garbage being hidden rather than disposed of, or dishes being stacked in increasingly precarious towers that defied physics until they didn't. Nicole, meanwhile, brought military precision to her cleaning regimens when she had time, which was rarely, given her job at the Rainbow Factory kept her away from home during critical mess accumulation hours. Gumball and Darwin treated chores as suggestions rather than obligations, a stance that led to repeated negotiations, threats, and the occasional actual completion of a task. Anais, even at her young age, recognised the futility of these cycles, but lacked the physical strength to operate most cleaning equipment, leaving her to offer strategic advice that went largely unheeded. Sibling rivalry wove itself into the fabric of daily life at 1026 York Street. Gumball and Anais, separated by age and temperament, found endless reasons to clash. The television remote became a contested artifact, its possession granting power over the household's entertainment destiny. Gumball's schemes often required resources, space, or cooperation that Anais was unwilling to provide, particularly when his plans threatened her belongings or her carefully maintained study schedule. Darwin, caught between his adoptive brother and sister, attempted diplomacy with mixed results. The Amazing World of Gumball shows that these conflicts rarely escalated to genuine animosity. The fights burned hot and fast, then dissolved into reluctant cooperation or mutual exhaustion. Anais possessed intellectual weapons that Gumball couldn't counter. Her vocabulary and logical frameworks, dismantling his arguments with surgical efficiency. Gumball, in turn, had numbers and physicality on his side, along with Darwin's loyalty, though that loyalty wavered when Annius made particularly compelling points. The rivalry never threatened the underlying family bond. It was more like a sport, practiced daily, with unspoken rules about how far was too far. The bond between Gumball and Darwin deepened from the shared household status into something approaching telepathy. They developed their own language of glances and gestures, a communication system that let them coordinate schemes without alerting parental oversight. Adventures in Elmore became their shared currency, each expedition into the wider world reinforcing their partnership. Darwin's optimism balanced Gumball's impulsiveness, though not always successfully, and when plans went wrong, as they frequently did, they went wrong together. The Amazing World of Gumball establishes that this friendship operated on absolute trust. Darwin followed Gumball into situations that any reasonable fish would flee, and Gumball, in his own way, looked out for Darwin's well-being, even when that well-being was threatened by Gumball's own ideas. They teamed up for schemes that ranged from the mundane, trying to extend bedtime, negotiating for better snacks, to the ambitious, elaborate plans to acquire toys, impress classmates, or avoid consequences for previous schemes. The partnership wasn't equal in initiative. Gumball generated ideas while Darwin provided support, but it was equal in commitment. Neither would abandon the other, a loyalty that would be tested repeatedly in the years to come. Annius, meanwhile, carved out her own space in the family ecosystem. The Amazing World of Gumball makes clear she wasn't content to be merely the youngest Watterson. Her intellect demanded expression, and the household became her laboratory. She began taking on the role of voice of reason, a position that no one had asked her to fill, but that the family desperately needed. When Gumball and Darwin proposed plans that violated basic logic or safety, Anais would interject with calm assessments of why the plan would fail, often including probability calculations and historical precedents from previous family disasters. Her warnings were usually ignored, which gave her the satisfaction of being proven right when things inevitably collapsed. Richard sometimes listened to her advice, recognizing that his 4-year-old daughter possessed wisdom he'd never acquired, though his attention span meant her guidance often got lost between hearing and implementation. Nicole saw in Anais a kindred spirit, another female trying to impose order on chaos, and began to rely on her daughter for small tasks that required actual competence. This reliance accelerated Anais's maturity. She was being treated as capable, so she became more capable, a feedback loop that pushed her further ahead of her developmental peers. The Watterson family established daily routines that provided structure, however fragile, to their chaotic existence. Meals became anchoring events, particularly dinner, when the family gathered around the table to share food and conversation. The quality of these meals varied wildly, depending on who had cooked. Nicole's efforts were edible and sometimes even good. Richard's creations ranged from surprisingly decent to biohazards that violated multiple health codes, and the children's attempts usually involved cereal or sandwiches. The Amazing World of Gumball shows that these dinners weren't peaceful. Arguments erupted, food was thrown, and someone usually left the table angry, but they happened with regularity. Breakfast was a more chaotic affair, everyone moving at different speeds and schedules, grabbing what they could before school and work. Family outings provided another routine, though these were less frequent. Trips to the Elmore shopping mall, visits to the park, or drives to nowhere in particular, these expeditions were meant to build family unity, but often showcased family dysfunction instead. Richard would get lost or distracted. Nicole would grow increasingly tense as small problems compounded, and the children would pursue their own agendas, turning a simple outing into a crisis that somehow resolved itself by the time everyone returned home. Richard's laziness and lack of ambition, traits that had been present from the start, began to cause visible tension within the family structure. The Amazing World of Gumball establishes that Richard had no job, no prospects, and no particular desire to change either condition. He'd spent his days on the couch, watching television, eating and napping, a routine that would have been sustainable if the family had independent wealth, which they didn't. Nicole carried the financial burden alone. Her salary from the rainbow factory stretched to cover mortgage, utilities, food, and the endless incidental expenses that children generate. She didn't complain exactly, but the strain showed in the tightness around her eyes, the speed of her movements, the way she attacked household tasks with barely contained fury. Richard seemed oblivious to this strain, or perhaps he simply lacked the framework to understand it. In his mind, he was contributing by being present, by being a father to his children, even if that fatherhood consisted largely of being in the same building while they raised themselves. The children absorbed this dynamic without fully understanding it. They knew mum worked and dad didn't, but the implications, the unfairness, the structural inequality, those concepts were beyond their grasp in these early years. Nicole's temper, legendary in its intensity, flared most often in response to Richard's irresponsibility. The Amazing World of Gumball makes clear that Nicole loved her husband, genuinely and deeply, but love didn't erase frustration. When Richard forgot to pick up the children, left the stove on, spent grocery money on collectibles, or any of 100 other lapses, Nicole's anger manifested with physical force. She'd grab him, shake him, throw him across the room, her martial arts training and natural strength combining into displays that would have been terrifying if they weren't so routine. Richard took these explosions with resigned acceptance. He knew he'd messed up. He couldn't really argue otherwise, and Nicole's anger burned out quickly, leaving behind exhaustion and reluctant forgiveness. She remained devoted to her family, despite everything. Her commitment wasn't conditional on Richard becoming someone he wasn't. She'd chosen him, married him, built a life with him, and she would see it through. The children witnessed these fights and learned to read the warning signs. The particular tone in Nicole's voice that meant she was approaching her limit, the way her fur would bristle slightly, the dangerous calm that preceded an eruption. They developed strategies for staying out of the blast radius, though Gumball, with his talent for poor timing, often wandered into conflicts at exactly the wrong moment. The Wattersons developed a reputation in Elmore that preceded them wherever they went. The Amazing World of Gumball establishes that their household was known throughout the city as chaotic but loving, a place where anything might happen but where genuine affection held things together. Neighbours learned to expect noise from 1026 York Street, shouting, crashes, explosions of various kinds, and learned to distinguish between normal Watterson chaos and actual emergencies requiring intervention. Local businesses knew the family by sight and by the trail of incidents they left behind. The Watterson name became associated with property damage, bizarre requests, and situations that defied easy explanation. Yet there was affection in how Elmore regarded them. They weren't malicious, just disruptive, and their obvious love for each other earned a certain tolerance. Other families in Elmore had their own dysfunctions, their own secrets and struggles, so the Wattersons' very public chaos seemed almost honest by comparison. They weren't pretending to be perfect. They were visibly, obviously, flawed, and there was something refreshing about that transparency. Gumball and Darwin's friendship deepened as they navigated childhood's challenges together. The Amazing World of Gumball shows that they face the social complexities of their world as a unit, dealing with bullies, crushes, academic struggles, and the general bewilderment of growing up in a place like Elmore. Darwin's presence gave Gumball confidence he wouldn't have possessed alone. Knowing someone had his back unconditionally made him bolder, sometimes recklessly so. Darwin, for his part, experienced the world more fully through Gumball's eyes, his adoptive brother's enthusiasm and creativity opening doors that Darwin's more cautious nature might have kept closed. They learned from each other in ways that formal education couldn't replicate. Gumball learned loyalty and kindness from Darwin's example, even if those lessons took time to sink in. Darwin learned assertiveness and self-advocacy from watching Gumball, even if he never quite matched his brother's confidence. Their friendship wasn't without friction, they argued, competed, and occasionally drove each other crazy, but the foundation remained solid. They were brothers in the truest sense, not because of biology, but because of choice and commitment. Anais began to explore her interests in science and technology with the resources available in the Watterson household. The Amazing World of Gumball establishes that she conducted experiments at home, using whatever materials she could find or convince her parents to purchase. Her room became a laboratory of sorts, filled with books, diagrams, and half-completed projects that demonstrated both her intelligence and her ambition. She built devices that sometimes worked and sometimes exploded, each failure teaching her something new. Richard occasionally helped with these projects, his own childhood having included some technical education before he'd abandoned all ambition, and in these moments father and daughter connected over shared curiosity. Nicole encouraged Anaïs's scientific pursuits, seeing in them a path to opportunities that Nicole herself had never had, though she drew the line at experiments that threatened to burn down the house or violate too many safety regulations. Gumball and Darwin regarded Anaïs's work with a mixture of awe and incomprehension, occasionally volunteering as test subjects when she needed them, usually regretting that decision shortly thereafter. Her experiments became part of the household's background noise, another element of the controlled chaos that defined life at 1026 York Street. The Watterson family's dynamics solidified during this pre-series period into the configuration that would define them going forward. Each member had found their role, their place in the family machine. Nicole was the engine, driving everything forward through sheer force of will and labour. Richard was the anchor, holding them to a particular spot through his immobility, for better or worse. Gumball was the wild card, generating chaos and creativity in equal measure. Darwin was the heart, providing emotional support and moral guidance, even when it went unheeded. Anaïs was the brain, offering intelligence and insight that kept the family from completely flying apart. The Amazing World of Gumball makes clear that this wasn't a perfect system. It was barely a functional system, but it was their system. They'd built it together, through trial and error, through fights and reconciliations, through disasters survived and lessons learned or ignored. The family that would eventually attend Elmore Junior High, that would face countless adventures and crises, that would somehow always find their way back to each other, that family was now fully formed. Their shared life had begun in earnest, and Elmore would never be quite the same. The transition of Gumball and Darwin Watterson into Elmore Junior High marked a pivotal moment in their lives, one that would set the stage for the chaotic, hilarious and often surreal adventures that define the Amazing World of Gumball. After their early years of homeschooling and Darwin's transformation into a fish with legs, the brothers were thrust into the bustling, unpredictable world of public education. This era, firmly rooted in the early series, saw them navigate the complexities of school life, forge new friendships, and encounter the eclectic cast of characters that would become staples of their daily existence. Elmore Junior High was no ordinary school. Nestled in the heart of Elmore, it was a microcosm of the town's absurdity, populated by anthropomorphic animals, inanimate objects, and supernatural beings. Gumball and Darwin's enrolment here was their first real exposure to a structured social environment, and it quickly became clear that they were ill-prepared for the challenges ahead. Gumball, with his boundless energy and penchant for mischief, approached the school with his usual flair for theatrics, while Darwin, still adjusting to his newfound mobility, struggled with even the most basic tasks, like opening his locker. This struggle would become a recurring gag, highlighting Darwin's endearing clumsiness and the show's knack for turning mundane frustrations into comedic gold. The brothers' introduction to their classmates was a crash course in Elmore's eccentricity. Among the first they met was Penny Fitzgerald, a shy shapeshifter who could transform into a variety of forms, from a golden retriever to a dragon. Gumball was immediately smitten, though his attempts to impress her were often undermined by his own awkwardness and Penny's unpredictable transformations. Her reticence made interactions fraught with tension, and Gumball's infatuation would become a central thread in the series, driving many of his schemes and misadventures. Penny's character, with her gentle demeanour and hidden depths, served as a foil to Gumball's brashness, creating a dynamic that was both endearing and comically fraught. Another classmate who left a lasting impression was Carrie Kruger, a ghost girl with a dry wit and a penchant for haunting. Carrie's supernatural abilities and detached demeanour set her apart from her peers, though she often found herself drawn into Gumball and Darwin's antics. Her friendship with the brothers would evolve over time, blending moments of genuine camaraderie with her signature sarcasm. Tobias Wilson, on the other hand, was the epitome of narcissism, a muscle-bound student whose obsession with his own image often led to absurd situations. Tobias's interactions with Gumball were marked by a mix of rivalry and mutual bafflement, as Gumball's schemes frequently clashed with Tobias's self-centered worldview. The brothers' first encounter with their teachers was equally memorable. Mr. Small, the overly enthusiastic and easily overwhelmed science teacher, became a recurring figure in their academic lives. His boundless energy and tendency to spiral into existential crises made him a source of both inspiration and comic relief. Mr. Small's lessons often devolved into chaotic tangents, reflecting the show's irreverent approach to education and its ability to find humour in the mundane. Despite his quirks, Mr. Small's genuine passion for science occasionally shone through, offering glimpses of the show's underlying warmth. Principal Brown, the school's inept administrator, was introduced during a chaotic assembly that perfectly encapsulated his leadership style. Easily distracted and perpetually out of his depth, Principal Brown's attempts to maintain order often backfired spectacularly. His interactions with the students were marked by a mix of incompetence and unintended hilarity, making him a beloved character in the series. Brown's inability to manage even the simplest tasks, such as delivering a coherent speech or enforcing school rules, served as a running gag that underscored the show's satirical take on authority figures. One of the most significant relationships to emerge during this period was Gumball's rivalry with Alan Keene, the overly perfect and moralistic student who seemed to excel at everything. Alan's unwavering commitment to virtue and his tendency to lecture others on their shortcomings made him a natural foil for Gumball's mischievous nature. Their clashes were a recurring theme, often escalating into absurd competitions that highlighted the show's talent for blending humour with social commentary. Alan's character, with his exaggerated righteousness and obliviousness, served as a critique of self-righteousness, while Gumball's antics exposed the flaws in Alan's idealised worldview. Amidst these dynamics, Gumball and Darwin found friendship in Banana Joe, a cheerful but dim-witted banana who often found himself in absurd situations. Banana Joe's unwavering optimism and knack for getting into trouble made him a perfect companion for the brothers, and his presence added a layer of slapstick humour to the series. Whether he was accidentally launching himself into the ceiling or misunderstanding basic concepts, Banana Joe's antics were a constant source of laughter, embodying the show's commitment to physical comedy and absurdity. Gumball's attempts to impress Penny were a recurring theme during this era, often leading to hilariously misguided schemes. In one memorable episode, he tried to reinvent himself as a rebel, adopting a leather jacket and sunglasses in a bid to appear cool. His efforts, however, were undermined by his lack of understanding of what it truly meant to be a rebel, resulting in a series of failed attempts to act tough. These misadventures showcased Gumball's endearing naivety and the show's ability to mine humour from his earnest but flawed efforts to navigate adolescence. Darwin, meanwhile, became obsessed with fitting in, leading him to adopt various personas in an attempt to find his place in the social hierarchy. His bad boy phase, complete with a faux leather jacket and a borrowed motorcycle, was a highlight of this period, offering a humorous exploration of identity and self-expression. Darwin's journey, marked by his earnestness and occasional cluelessness, resonated with audiences, capturing the universal struggle to find one's place in the world. The Watterson brothers also crossed paths with Sarah G. Larto, an obsessive fangirl who documented their every move in her notebook. Sarah's relentless pursuit of Gumball and Darwin added a layer of meta-commentary to the series, as her detailed observations often mirrored the show's own self-awareness. Her character, with her unrelenting enthusiasm and tendency to blur the line between reality and fiction, served as a playful nod to the nature of fandom and the relationship between creators and their audience. Their first run-in with Julius Oppenheimer Jr., the school bully, was a defining moment in their early school experiences. Julius, a giant egg with a Napoleon complex, embodied the archetype of the insecure bully, using his size and aggression to mask his own inadequacies. His interactions with Gumball and Darwin were marked by a mix of intimidation and absurdity, as the brothers often found themselves outmatched but never defeated. Julius's character, with his exaggerated bravado and underlying vulnerability, added depth to the show's exploration of bullying and the dynamics of power. This era of the Amazing World of Gumball was defined by its exploration of adolescence, friendship, and the absurdities of everyday life. Through its richly drawn characters and clever storytelling, the show captured the essence of growing up in a world that is equal parts hilarious and bewildering. Gumball and Darwin's journey through Elmore Junior High was just the beginning, setting the stage for the countless adventures and misadventures that would follow. As Gumball and Darwin settled into their chaotic new routine at Elmore Junior High, the school's cafeteria revealed itself as a microcosm of the town's absurdity. The lunch menu wasn't just unconventional, it was alive. Sentient pizza slices screamed when bitten into, sentient milk cartons engaged in existential debates, and the broccoli, as Darwin noted with horror, seemed to be judging their life choices. The recipe. The brothers initially treated these discoveries as another quirk of Elmore, but the sentient food's growing resentment toward being consumed, culminating in a failed uprising led by a militant chicken nugget, forced them to confront the ethical implications of their meals. The incident ended with Principal Brown declaring the cafeteria a no-philosophy zone, a rule that lasted exactly one lunch period before the spaghetti started quoting Nietzsche. Academic challenges proved just as surreal. During a pop quiz in Mr. Small's class, Gumball, chronically unprepared, hatched a plan to use Darwin as a distraction while he cheated. The sweaters. Darwin, ever the loyal brother, agreed to stage an elaborate fish-out-of-water routine, complete with dramatic flailing and fake suffocation. The scheme backfired when Mr. Small, mistaking Darwin's performance for a genuine crisis, initiated an impromptu CPR demonstration on Gumball. As the teacher rhythmically compressed Gumball's chest while Darwin weakly protested, the test papers scattered, revealing Gumball's hastily scribbled cheat sheet, a single bullet point reading, Darwin knows this. The fallout was immediate: detention, a stern lecture from Miss Simeon, and the unintended consequence of Darwin developing a newfound fear of cardiopulmonary resuscitation. Romantic entanglements added another layer of complexity. Darwin, ever the optimist, found himself smitten with Carrie, the quiet goth girl who floated just a few inches above her seat, the ghost. Unaware of her supernatural nature, he embarked on a series of ill-fated attempts to impress her, including serenading her with a ukulele rendition of spooky, scary skeletons, which she appreciated, ironically, and attempting to share his lunch, only to watch in bafflement as the food passed straight through her. The revelation of her ghostly identity came during a movie night at the Wattersons' house, when Darwin, in a misguided romantic gesture, tried to hold her hand and phased right through her arm. Carrie, torn between amusement and pity, let him down gently, explaining that human-ghost relationships were complicated, mostly due to the whole mortality thing. The experience left Darwin briefly heartbroken, but deepened their friendship, with Carrie later admitting she found his earnestness endearing, if hilariously misguided. Meanwhile, Elmore's fragile reality began to fray at the edges. The void, a cosmic anomaly born from the universe's incomplete rendering, a glitch in existence itself, started seeping into town through cracks in logic. The nobody. Its initial manifestations were subtle: a missing poster for Tobias that no one remembered putting up, a classroom door that opened into a featureless white expanse instead of the hallway, and the gradual disappearance of background students like Ocho or the Eggheads. Gumball and Darwin first dismissed these events as typical Elmore weirdness, until they accidentally exacerbated the problem during a botched attempt to fix their lives by exploiting the school's time-looping photocopier, the copycats. Their meddling created a paradox that destabilized local reality, giving the void an anchor point to accelerate its incursion. Panic erupted when entire sections of Elmore vanished overnight. The Donut Cop's precinct dissolved mid-donut. Alan's helium-filled body popped out of existence with a faint squeak, and Miss Simeon's detentions, previously thought to be inescapable, were erased from history. The brothers, realizing their role in the crisis, were paralyzed by guilt until Penny, in her true, monstrous form, intervened. The transformation, her immense strength and otherworldly durability, allowed her to physically grapple with the void's tendrils, buying the group precious time. Carrie, leveraging her ghostly intangibility, scouted the edges of the encroaching nothingness, reporting back that the void wasn't just destroying things, it was consuming their mistakes, their regrets, the parts of themselves they wished they could undo. This revelation led to the heart of the crisis. The void wasn't an external threat, but a manifestation of their unresolved insecurities. Gumball's fear of being seen as irresponsible, Darwin's anxiety about living up to his adopted brother's chaotic energy, even Penny's lingering self-doubt about her monstrous appearance, all fed the void's growth. In a pivotal moment under the flickering lights of the crumbling school gymnasium, the brothers confronted their flaws head-on. Gumball admitted he relied on Darwin to be the responsible one to avoid facing consequences, while Darwin confessed he sometimes felt like a sidekick in Gumball's story rather than an equal. Their raw honesty created a counterforce against the void, proving that acknowledging imperfections could stall its advance. With this insight, the group devised a plan to weaponize self-acceptance. Carrie, straddling the line between the living and the dead, acted as a conduit, channeling their collective vulnerability into a concentrated burst that repelled the void's tendrils. Penny, embracing her full strength, physically wrestled the anomaly into retreat, while Gumball and Darwin delivered the final blow by literally hugging it out, their brotherly bond flooding the void with more complexity than it could process. As reality stitched itself back together, the vanished citizens reappeared mid-action, unaware of their absence. Principal Brown, surveying the miraculously intact school, chalked the entire event up to a successful, if unorthodox, fire drill, blissfully ignorant of the cosmic horror they just narrowly avoided. The crisis left invisible scars. Gumball and Darwin grew closer, their dynamic shifting from chaotic hijinks to genuine partnership. Penny, no longer hiding her true form around friends, found a new confidence, while Carrie began openly using her ghostly powers to help the group, whether by phasing through walls to retrieve lost items or summoning eerie winds for dramatic effect. The Void's defeat was temporary, of course. Glitches in Elmore's reality would continue to surface, each a reminder that the universe was held together by narrative duct tape and sheer stubbornness. But for now, as the brothers high-fived over a cafeteria table, while keeping one eye on the still sentient pizza, Elmore's fragile normalcy felt like enough. Principal Brown's voice crackled over the PA system, announcing a mandatory assembly on proper fire drill etiquette, blissfully unaware that the real lesson had already been learned. In a town where the rules of existence were optional, the only way to survive was to embrace the chaos and each other. As Gumball and Darwin settled into their new routines at Elmore Junior High, their friendships with Penny Fitzgerald and Carrie Kruger began to deepen in unexpected ways. Penny, still shy and often hiding her face behind her golden shell, started to reveal glimpses of her true personality around Gumball, much to his delight. Her occasional bursts of confidence, like when she stood up to Tobias Wilson's antics, hinted at the vibrant character beneath her reserved exterior. Meanwhile, Carrie's ghostly nature became a source of both fascination and mild terror for the brothers. During a sleepover at the Watterson household, Carrie accidentally revealed her full spectral form while trying to retrieve a lost board game piece, causing Gumball and Darwin to scream in unison before realizing it was just their friend. This moment, though initially frightening, helped them understand her better, and Carrie confessed that while she enjoyed scaring people, she secretly longed for genuine connections. Her ability to float through walls and disappear at will wasn't just a party trick, it was a part of who she was, and the brothers began to appreciate her uniqueness rather than fear it. Around this time, Gumball decided it was his duty to teach Darwin how to be cool, a mission that was doomed from the start. Gumball's idea of cool involved awkward attempts at skateboarding, wearing sunglasses indoors and speaking in exaggerated slang, all of which culminated in a series of embarrassing mishaps. One such incident occurred in the school cafeteria, where Gumball's attempt to impress Tina Rex by performing a cool dance resulted in him slipping on a banana peel and crashing into the lunch line. Darwin, ever the loyal brother, tried to mimic Gumball's antics but only succeeded in making himself look equally ridiculous. Their efforts to climb the social ladder backfired spectacularly, but they learned an important lesson. Trying to be someone you're not rarely ends well. This theme would echo throughout their adventures as Gumball and Darwin often struggled with the pressure to fit in while staying true to themselves. The brothers' lives were further complicated by Tobias Wilson, a pink blob with a knack for stirring up trouble. Tobias, convinced he was the rightful suitor for Penny's affections, launched a ridiculous rivalry with Gumball that played out in increasingly absurd ways. From attempting to serenade Penny with a poorly tuned ukulele to challenging Gumball to a duel with pool noodles, Tobias's antics were more comical than threatening. However, Gumball's competitive streak often got the better of him, and he found himself drawn into Tobias's schemes rather than ignoring them. One memorable showdown involved Tobias staging a fake medieval jousting tournament in the school gymnasium, complete with cardboard armour and broomstick lances. Gumball, determined to prove his worth, participated with gusto, only to end up tangled in a heap of gym mats, while Tobias proclaimed victory. Despite the humiliation, Gumball's persistence eventually paid off, as Penny began to see through Tobias's shallow attempts at charm and gravitate toward Gumball's genuine, if clumsy, efforts to win her over. Meanwhile, Darwin embarked on a short-lived but ambitious venture by starting a club aimed at helping students with their problems. Inspired by his own experiences navigating the complexities of school life, Darwin envisioned the club as a safe space where peers could seek advice and support. Initially, the idea seemed promising, with students like Alan Keane and Leslie stopping by to share their concerns. However, the club quickly spiraled into chaos as Darwin's well-meaning but misguided attempts at problem-solving only made things worse. For example, when Alan complained about feeling unloved, Darwin organised a school-wide hug-a-thon that ended with Alan being suffocated under a pile of overly enthusiastic classmates. Similarly, Leslie's request for help with his photosynthesis issues led Darwin to suggest a DIY greenhouse made of duct tape and plastic wrap, which promptly collapsed on top of him. The club's rapid descent into disarray taught Darwin an important lesson about the limits of his expertise, and he reluctantly disbanded the group after realising he was doing more harm than good. Not long after, Gumball and Darwin found themselves in hot water when they accidentally destroyed Mr. Small's prized science project. Mr. Small, the school's eccentric science teacher, had been working tirelessly on a model volcano designed to erupt with glitter instead of lava. Intrigued by the project, the brothers decided to take a closer look, but their curiosity quickly turned to disaster when Gumball accidentally knocked over a bottle of glue onto the model. In a panic, they tried to fix their mistake, only to make things worse by adding too much baking soda and vinegar, causing the volcano to explode prematurely and cover the entire science lab in glitter. Faced with the prospect of Mr. Small's wrath, Gumball and Darwin embarked on a frantic cover-up mission that involved vacuuming up glitter, repainting the walls, and even attempting to recreate the volcano from scratch. Their efforts were ultimately in vain, as Mr. Small discovered the truth, but found their antics more amusing than infuriating. The incident became a cautionary tale about the perils of meddling with things you don't fully understand, though it also showcased the brothers' resourcefulness and determination. The chaos didn't end there, as Gumball and Darwin stumbled upon Principal Brown's secret stash of confiscated items while searching for a lost homework assignment. Hidden in a dusty storage closet, the stash contained everything from rubber chickens to laser pointers, each item a relic of past student misadventures. Intrigued by their discovery, the brothers decided to return the items to their rightful owners, sparking a school-wide treasure hunt that quickly got out of hand. Students began trading rumours about the stash's location, leading to a frenzy of searching that disrupted classes and caused general mayhem. Principal Brown, initially unaware of the chaos, eventually caught wind of the situation and attempted to regain control by locking down the storage closet. However, Gumball and Darwin had already distributed most of the items, leaving Principal Brown to grapple with the fallout of his own hoarding tendencies. The treasure hunt became a legend at Elmore Junior High, a reminder that even the most mundane objects could take on a life of their own in the right hands. Amidst the chaos, Penny continued to open up to Gumball, showing glimpses of her true personality beyond her shyness. Her transformation from a reserved, shell-covered girl to a confident and expressive individual was gradual but profound. One pivotal moment occurred during a school dance, where Penny's shell cracked open to reveal her true form, a radiant golden creature that left Gumball speechless. Though initially self-conscious about her appearance, Penny's courage in embracing her identity inspired Gumball to accept himself as well. Their relationship deepened as they navigated the ups and downs of adolescence together, with Gumball learning to appreciate Penny for who she was rather than who he wanted her to be. This theme of self-acceptance would become a cornerstone of their bond, as both characters grew and changed in ways that mirrored each other's journeys. Carrie, too, began to reveal more about herself as her friendship with Gumball and Darwin evolved. While she initially embraced her role as the resident ghostly prankster, she confessed that her love of scaring people masked a deeper longing for genuine connection. Her ability to float through walls and disappear at will set her apart from her peers, but it also isolated her in ways she didn't always acknowledge. One poignant moment occurred during a Halloween party where Carrie's attempts to scare her classmates were met with laughter rather than fear. Realizing that her antics were becoming predictable, Carrie decided to try something new by hosting a séance to summon the spirit of a long-lost janitor. The séance, though ultimately unsuccessful, brought the group closer together as they bonded over their shared love of the supernatural. Carrie's journey toward finding her place in the world was a testament to the complexity of her character, as she learned to balance her ghostly nature with her desire for authentic friendships. As their early school experiences drew to a close, Gumball and Darwin took a moment to reflect on how much they'd grown since enrolling at Elmore Junior High. The brothers had faced countless challenges, from navigating social hierarchies to surviving their own misadventures, but they emerged stronger and wiser for it. Gumball's initial obsession with being cool had given way to a deeper understanding of what truly mattered, while Darwin's boundless optimism had been tempered by the realities of life's complexities. Together, they had forged lasting friendships with Penny and Carrie, learned valuable lessons from their mistakes, and discovered the importance of staying true to themselves. Their journey was far from over, but these early years laid the foundation for the adventures that would follow, shaping them into the characters they were destined to become. The era of Gumball and Darwin's school beginnings was a time of growth, discovery, and hilarity, marked by the kind of chaos that only Elmore Junior High could produce. From sleepovers gone awry to glitter-covered science labs, their experiences were as varied as they were memorable. Through it all, the brothers remained inseparable, their bond stronger than ever as they faced the challenges of adolescence together. As they looked toward the future, they knew that whatever lay ahead, they could count on each other and their friends to see them through. The stage was set for the next chapter of their lives, where new adventures awaited and the lessons of the past would continue to guide them forward. Midway through The Amazing World of Gumball, the town of Elmore experienced a seismic shift in its narrative trajectory with the return of Rob, formerly known as the Quiet Game Champion. Rob's reappearance marked a turning point in the series, introducing a darker, more meta-narrative thread that would forever alter the fabric of the show. Rob's vendetta against Gumball Watterson was not merely personal, it was existential. Having been humiliated by Gumball in the past, Rob returned to Elmore Junior High with a singular purpose: to dismantle the life of the boy who had inadvertently become his nemesis. This era, often referred to as Rob's Revenge, began with Rob's quiet re-entry into Elmore, where he immediately began surveilling Gumball and his adoptive brother Darwin with meticulous precision. Rob's methods were methodical and calculated. He observed Gumball and Darwin from the shadows, documenting their daily routines, relationships, and interactions. His goal was to uncover their weaknesses, but in doing so, he stumbled upon something far more profound: the anomalies and inconsistencies that permeated Elmore. Rob's attention to detail led him to steal the Elmore Junior High yearbook, a seemingly innocuous act that would become the catalyst for his discovery of the town's true nature. The yearbook a repository of the school's history, contained peculiarities that hinted at a deeper, more unsettling reality. Characters' appearances changed from page to page, backgrounds shifted without explanation, and even the physics of the world seemed to bend and break in ways that defied logic. It was during this period of observation that Rob began to notice glitches in reality itself. These glitches were subtle at first, a character's design changing mid-conversation, objects appearing or disappearing without cause, or the laws of physics being momentarily suspended. But for Rob, these anomalies were undeniable proof of something extraordinary. He became obsessed with uncovering the truth, convinced that Gumball and Darwin were at the centre of it all. His suspicions reached a boiling point when he confronted the duo in the school hallway, accusing them of being main characters in a world that was not what it seemed. This confrontation marked the beginning of Rob's descent into madness, as he became increasingly fixated on exposing the nature of their existence. Rob's obsession culminated in the kidnapping of Gumball and Darwin, an act that would take them to the void, a blank, white space outside the boundaries of reality. The void, a recurring location in the Amazing World of Gumball, served as a liminal space where the rules of Elmore no longer applied. It was here that Rob revealed his shocking discovery. Elmore was not a real town, but a television show, and he was a background character trapped in a world where he had no agency. Rob's revelation was met with disbelief by Gumball and Darwin, who struggled to comprehend the implications of his words. But Rob was undeterred, determined to prove his theory and rewrite his role in the narrative. To demonstrate the truth of his claims, Rob presented Gumball and Darwin with the remote, a device capable of altering the fabric of their universe. The remote, a powerful and enigmatic artifact, allowed its user to manipulate reality itself, changing the course of events, altering character dynamics, and even rewriting the rules of existence. Rob's possession of the remote marked a significant escalation in his quest for control, as he sought to use its power to elevate himself from a background character to the protagonist of the story. His first attempt at rewriting reality created an alternate timeline in which Rob was the hero of Elmore, celebrated and revered by its inhabitants, while Gumball and Darwin were relegated to the status of outcasts. In this new timeline, Rob's influence was pervasive. He was no longer the overlooked quiet game champion, but a central figure in Elmore's narrative, admired by his peers and respected by his community. Gumball and Darwin, on the other hand, found themselves marginalised, their once thriving relationships with friends and family eroded by Rob's manipulations. But despite their newfound status as outcasts, Gumball and Darwin refused to accept Rob's version of reality. Their resistance to the changes sparked a series of glitches that destabilized the timeline, causing reality to fracture further and creating alternate versions of Elmore that were both familiar and alien. One of these alternate timelines transformed Elmore into a noir-style world, complete with shadowy alleyways, trench coats, and a pervasive sense of existential dread. In this version of reality, Rob was a private investigator, navigating a labyrinth of secrets and lies in a town that seemed perpetually shrouded in darkness. Another timeline reimagined Elmore as a medieval kingdom, complete with knights, castles, and feudal hierarchies. Here, Rob was a nobleman, wielding power and influence in a society governed by tradition and honour. Each timeline represented a different facet of Rob's desire for control, reflecting his attempts to rewrite his role in the narrative and assert his dominance over the world he now understood to be a construct. As Rob continued to manipulate reality using the remote, the consequences of his actions became increasingly apparent. The glitches that had once been subtle and sporadic grew more frequent and severe, threatening to unravel the fabric of existence itself. Gumball and Darwin, recognizing the danger posed by Rob's tampering, resolved to stop him and restore balance to their world. Their efforts to resist Rob's manipulations were not without cost, as they were forced to confront the fragility of their own reality and the limitations of their agency within it. But despite the challenges they faced, Gumball and Darwin remained steadfast in their determination to protect Elmore and its inhabitants from the chaos unleashed by Rob's quest for control. Rob's rise to prominence marked a significant departure from the light-hearted tone that had characterized much of the Amazing World of Gumball up to this point. His vendetta against Gumball and Darwin introduced a darker, more introspective narrative thread that explored themes of identity, agency, and the nature of reality itself. Rob's discovery that Elmore was a television show forced both the characters and the audience to confront the existential implications of their existence, challenging the boundaries between fiction and reality in ways that were both thought-provoking and unsettling. As the Rob's revenge arc unfolded, it became clear that Rob's motivations were not solely driven by a desire for revenge. His actions were rooted in a profound sense of dissatisfaction with his role in the narrative, a yearning for recognition and agency that had long been denied to him. Rob's transformation from a background character to a central figure in Elmore's story was both a triumph and a tragedy, as he sought to rewrite his destiny in a world that was ultimately beyond his control. His journey was a testament to the complexities of identity and the lengths to which individuals will go to assert their place in the world, even when that world is revealed to be a construct. The Rob's revenge arc also highlighted the resilience and ingenuity of Gumball and Darwin, who faced unprecedented challenges with courage and determination. Their ability to adapt to the ever-shifting realities created by Rob's manipulations demonstrated their resourcefulness and unwavering bond as brothers. Despite the chaos and uncertainty that surrounded them, Gumball and Darwin remained committed to protecting Elmore and its inhabitants, even as they grappled with the existential questions raised by Rob's discovery. As the timeline continued to fracture and alternate realities proliferated, the stakes for Gumball, Darwin, and Rob grew ever higher. The consequences of Rob's actions extended far beyond the confines of Elmore, threatening to destabilize the very fabric of existence. The Rob's revenge arc was a testament to the show's ability to balance humor and heart with deeper, more introspective themes, creating a narrative that was as thought-provoking as it was entertaining. As the saga unfolded, it became clear that the battle for control of Elmore's narrative was far from over, setting the stage for the next chapter in the ongoing saga of the Amazing World of Gumball. As the void continued its catastrophic collapse, reality itself began to fray at the edges. Rob, now fully aware of the consequences of his tampering with the remote, a device capable of rewriting the very fabric of Elmore, watched in horror as the world around him destabilized. The cracks in the void weren't just physical, they were erasing the foundational elements of his own existence. Memories of his past, his identity as the former rainbow factory worker, even his grudges against Gumball and Darwin started to blur. In a moment of chilling clarity, Rob realized his quest for revenge was literally deleting him from the narrative. The irony wasn't lost on him. His obsession with escaping the background had pushed him into true oblivion. This existential crisis came to a head when Gumball and Darwin, propelled by a mix of self-preservation and reluctant sympathy, confronted Rob in the disintegrating void. The confrontation wasn't the triumphant showdown Rob had envisioned. Instead of gloating over his enemies, he found himself paralyzed by the consequences of his actions. Gumball, ever the opportunist, seized the moment not with hostility, but with an almost exasperated plea. "You're literally erasing yourself, dude," he pointed out, gesturing to the dissolving environment. Darwin, ever the moral compass, added, "And like the rest of us too, which is kind of a bummer." The sheer absurdity of being schooled by a blue cat and a goldfish in the middle of a reality meltdown forced Rob to relent. With grudging resignation, Rob reset reality, restoring Elmore to its familiar chaos. The void stabilized, the cracks sealed, and the citizens, blissfully unaware of their near annihilation, carried on as usual. But Rob's surrender wasn't total. In a move that would define his arc for seasons to come, he secretly preserved a fragment of the remote, a backup tucked away in his hoodie pocket. This act of defiance marked a turning point in his character. No longer just a vengeful antagonist, Rob became something far more dangerous, a rogue element operating outside the show's established rules. The return to normalcy did nothing to soothe Rob's bitterness. If anything, it amplified his resentment. His hoodie, once just a piece of clothing, now became a symbol of his rebellion. He wore it like armor, a visual rejection of Elmore's scripted nature. The hoodie wasn't just fabric, it was a statement. It said, "I refuse to play my part." And true to that philosophy, Rob began operating in the shadows, a ghost in the machine of the show. He lurked in the background of episodes, his presence often just a flicker at the edge of the frame, a figure in the hallway, a silhouette in the junkyard, a distorted reflection in a window. These weren't just Easter eggs for attentive viewers. They were the first steps in Rob's new mission, to undermine the very structure of the show that had relegated him to insignificance. His sabotage started small, almost petty. Gumball's homework would vanish mid-sentence. Darwin's favourite snacks disappeared from the fridge. The family's TV remote would glitch inexplicably during critical moments. These weren't random acts of chaos, they were targeted strikes, each one a message. "I'm still here, and I'm not following your rules." But Rob's ambitions grew beyond mere pranks. He needed a base, a place to operate outside the main narrative's gaze. The Elmore junkyard, a recurring dumping ground for the show's discarded props and forgotten characters, became his stronghold. Here, surrounded by glitched artifacts and stolen set pieces, Rob built his hideout, a physical manifestation of his rejection of the show's order. The hideout wasn't just a lair, it was an archive of Elmore's sins. Shelves groaned under the weight of pilfered items, Anais' unfinished manuscripts, Richard's lost job applications, even Principal Brown's confiscated contraband. But the most telling artifacts were the glitches, frozen frames of animation errors, discarded character models, and corrupted audio clips. These weren't mistakes to Rob. They were evidence, proof that the world he inhabited was as flawed and fragile as he was. Rob's isolation couldn't last forever. If he wanted to truly disrupt the narrative, he needed allies. Others who'd been sidelined, ignored, or outright discarded by the show's focus on the Wattersons. The T-Rex bully, a once intimidating figure reduced to background filler, was an easy recruit. The ice cream vendor, whose sporadic appearances never amounted to a real storyline, proved equally receptive. Even the potato family, eternally relegated to the edges of scenes, joined Rob's growing rebellion. These weren't just random background characters, they were casualties of the show's hierarchy, and Rob gave them a purpose. Their first major operation was bold, almost meta, an attempt to hijack an episode by interrupting Gumball's narration. In the Nobody, Rob and his followers physically invaded the fourth wall, distorting the animation and warping the audio as they demanded screen time. The episode itself became a battleground, with Gumball's usual quippy narration devolving into panicked ad-libbing as Rob's crew hijacked the script. Though the coup was ultimately thwarted, the show's status quo reasserting itself, the attempt sent a clear message. Rob wasn't just a villain, he was a revolutionary. His rebellion wasn't confined to meta-commentary. Rob began exploiting the show's own logic against itself. He manipulated Elmore's ever-shifting art style, using it to disguise himself in plain sight. He weaponized the town's tendency for non-sequiturs, inserting himself into unrelated scenes like a persistent glitch. Even the citizens' short attention spans worked in his favour. By the time anyone noticed his interference, the moment had passed, and the narrative moved on without acknowledging him. But Rob's greatest strength, his understanding of the show's artificiality, was also his fatal flaw. The more he fought against his role, the more he reinforced it. Every act of rebellion, no matter how clever, ultimately served the narrative he despised. His hideout was discovered and dismantled. His recruits drifted back into obscurity. Even his prized fragment of the remote proved unreliable, its power waning as the show's reality stabilized. Yet Rob persisted, because in the end, his struggle wasn't just about screen time or revenge. It was about agency. In a world where every moment was scripted, every line preordained, Rob's refusal to accept his place made him something rare in Elmore, truly unpredictable. And that, more than any remote or rebellion, was his real weapon. The era of Rob's revenge was far from over. But as the cracks in his plans began to show, so too did the cracks in his resolve. The next phase of his rebellion would force him to confront an uncomfortable truth. Even the most determined nobody can't escape the story forever. Word count 2185. The confrontation in Rob's hideout marked a turning point in his relationship with Gumball and Darwin, though it began as chaos. While searching for missing items, specifically Gumball's prized video game controller, the brothers stumbled into Rob's lair, a dimly lit cavern filled with stolen goods and remnants of Elmore's reality. Rob, initially furious, lunged at them with his signature rage, but something held him back. As he raised his hand to erase them from existence, he hesitated, his expression flickering with uncertainty. This moment of pause revealed the depth of Rob's internal conflict. He wasn't just a villain bent on destruction. He was a character trapped in a role he never chose. "I don't want to destroy Elmore," he confessed, his voice tinged with desperation. "I just want to be free from this script." Gumball, ever the optimist, saw an opportunity in Rob's vulnerability. Instead of continuing the fight, he proposed a truce. "What if we help you find a purpose that doesn't involve destroying everything?" he suggested, his tone earnest. Darwin, always quick to add his own spin, chimed in with an idea that would reshape Rob's trajectory. "You could be like an anti-hero instead of a villain," he said, his eyes lighting up with excitement. The concept intrigued Rob. An anti-hero, someone who operated outside the traditional hero-villain dichotomy, offered him a way to redefine himself without resorting to destruction. It was a glimmer of hope, and though sceptical, Rob begrudgingly agreed to the truce. "Fine," he muttered, crossing his arms, "but don't think I'm going to start singing Kumbaya with you two." The truce didn't mean immediate trust, however. Rob remained wary, his sarcastic quips and reluctant cooperation a testament to his lingering resentment. Yet he began to assist Gumball and Darwin in small unexpected ways. His knowledge of the show's meta-nature, its self-awareness and fourth-wall-breaking tendencies, proved invaluable. In one incident, when Gumball lost his favourite pair of socks, a gift from his mother Nicole, Rob used his understanding of the show's structure to rewind the scene, effectively undoing the loss. It was a bizarre yet effective solution, showcasing Rob's unique perspective on reality. "You're welcome," he said dryly, rolling his eyes as Gumball thanked him profusely. Rob's assistance wasn't always altruistic, though. His sarcasm and reluctance underscored his lingering bitterness. "Let's get this over with," he'd grumble whenever Gumball and Darwin enlisted his help. Yet there were moments when his actions hinted at a deeper desire for connection. In one episode, when Darwin accidentally locked himself in the school's janitor closet, Rob appeared out of nowhere to free him. "Don't make a habit of this," he warned, but the faint smirk on his face suggested he enjoyed the role, however slightly. These incidents began to blur the lines between ally and adversary, painting Rob as a complex figure, navigating his newfound identity. Despite his occasional cooperation, Rob's schemes in the background hinted at unresolved tensions. He wasn't ready to fully embrace the role of an anti-hero, and his actions often reflected this uncertainty. In one memorable moment, he secretly sabotaged Gumball's science project, only to later help him fix it when the consequences spiraled out of control. "You're lucky I'm feeling generous," he quipped, though his motives remained ambiguous. This duality, his willingness to help while simultaneously undermining, kept Gumball and Darwin on their toes, unsure of where Rob's loyalties truly lay. Rob's relationship with Elmore's residents also began to shift, albeit subtly. His interactions with characters like Principal Brown and Mr. Small revealed glimpses of his potential for growth. In one episode, he helped Principal Brown recover a stolen trophy, though his methods involved breaking into the school after hours. "Sometimes you have to bend the rules to get results," he explained, his tone dripping with irony. Mr. Small, ever the optimist, saw the potential in Rob's actions. "You're not so bad," he said, offering Rob a rare moment of validation. These interactions, though fleeting, hinted at a broader acceptance of Rob within the community. The truce also forced Gumball and Darwin to confront their own biases. They had always seen Rob as the villain, but his vulnerability challenged their perceptions. "Maybe he's not so different from us," Darwin mused one evening as they sat in their bedroom. Gumball nodded thoughtfully, though he remained cautious. "He's still Rob," he said, "but maybe he's trying to be something more." This shift in perspective marked a significant evolution in their dynamic, as they began to see Rob not as an enemy, but as a flawed individual searching for his place in the world. Rob's journey wasn't without setbacks, however. His occasional relapses into villainy served as reminders of his inner turmoil. In one particularly tense episode, he attempted to manipulate the fabric of reality once more, only to be stopped by Gumball and Darwin. "I thought we were past this," Gumball said, disappointment etched on his face. Rob's response was telling. "Old habits die hard," he muttered, his tone tinged with regret. These moments of backsliding underscored the complexity of his character, highlighting the difficulty of breaking free from a predetermined role. Yet Rob's willingness to keep trying, however reluctantly, suggested a deeper resilience. His sarcastic remarks and half-hearted cooperation masked a genuine desire for change, even if he wasn't ready to admit it. "I'm not a hero," he insisted during one of their adventures, "but I'm not a villain either." This statement, simple yet profound, encapsulated his struggle to redefine himself outside the confines of his past. As the mid-series progressed, Rob's role continued to evolve. His occasional assistance, coupled with his ongoing schemes, kept the dynamic between him and Gumball and Darwin unpredictable. In one memorable incident, he helped them recover a stolen bicycle by exploiting a loophole in the show's narrative structure. "You're welcome," he said, smirking as Gumball and Darwin stared at him in awe. These moments of ingenuity showcased Rob's potential as an anti-hero, even as his sarcastic demeanour masked his true feelings. Rob's interactions with other characters also became more nuanced. His relationship with Anais, for example, revealed a surprising mutual respect. In one episode, the two collaborated to solve a mystery involving a missing library book. "You're smarter than I thought," Rob admitted, earning a rare smile from Anais. These moments of camaraderie, though fleeting, hinted at a broader acceptance of Rob within Elmore's community. Despite these positive developments, Rob's journey remained fraught with challenges. His occasional relapses into villainy served as reminders of his inner turmoil, while his sarcastic quips masked a deeper vulnerability. "I'm not here to make friends," he often reminded Gumball and Darwin, though his actions suggested otherwise. This duality, his reluctance to fully embrace his new role, while simultaneously seeking connection, kept his character compelling and unpredictable. As the mid-series drew to a close, Rob's place in Elmore remained uncertain. His truce with Gumball and Darwin had opened the door to potential redemption, but his ongoing schemes hinted at unresolved conflicts. "I'm not done yet," he warned during one of their adventures, his tone ominous yet tinged with vulnerability. This statement, cryptic yet revealing, underscored the complexity of his character and hinted at the challenges still to come. Rob's journey, from villain to anti-hero, marked a significant evolution in the Amazing World of Gumball. His struggle to redefine himself outside the confines of his predetermined role resonated with themes of identity and self-discovery, adding depth to the show's narrative. While his sarcastic demeanour and occasional relapses kept him unpredictable, his willingness to keep trying, however reluctantly, suggested a genuine desire for change. As the series continued, Rob's role remained a source of tension and intrigue. His journey, a testament to the complexity of character development in Elmore's ever-evolving world. The Banana Barbara Prophecies, Part 1 of 3. As the chaos of Rob's vendetta against Gumball subsided, a new and far more existential threat began to loom over Elmore in the late stages of the Watterson family's misadventures. The universe itself, it seemed, had grown weary. The first signs of this cosmic unravelling came not from scientists or philosophers, but from the unlikeliest of sources. Banana Barbara, the eternally serene banana who spent her days painting abstract visions in the park. Her artwork, once dismissed as the harmless ramblings of a fruit with a brush, took a dark turn. The colours bled into ominous shapes, skies cracking like eggshells, Elmore's landmarks collapsing into voids, and the Wattersons fleeing a force beyond comprehension. These weren't just random splatters, they were prophecies. Gumball and Darwin stumbled upon Banana Barbara's latest collection during one of their aimless escapades through Elmore. At first they laughed it off, attributing the apocalyptic imagery to too much time in the sun or perhaps a bad batch of paint. But then the coincidences started. A painting of a falling anvil predated an actual anvil nearly crushing Larry's food truck. A depiction of Principal Brown's hair catching fire preceded the man's ill-fated experiment with hair gel and a lighter. The boys, ever the skeptics, couldn't ignore the pattern. When they brought the paintings home, Richard Watterson, whose mind operated on a wavelength uniquely attuned to conspiracy theories, immediately latched onto them with terrifying fervour. To him, these weren't just predictions. They were a puzzle, and solving it might save them all. Richard's obsession spiralled. He turned the Watterson living room into a war room, pinning Banana Barbara's paintings to the walls and connecting them with string, like a deranged detective. Nicole, ever the pragmatist, dismissed it as another one of her husband's eccentric fixations, until Anais, the family's resident genius, decided to investigate the phenomenon scientifically. She cross-referenced the paintings with local news reports and weather anomalies, only to find an unsettling truth. The universe's entropy was accelerating. Stars were dimming faster than they should. Time itself seemed to stutter, with clocks in Elmore occasionally ticking backward or freezing altogether. The cosmic rules were breaking down, and Banana Barbara's art was the canary in the coal mine. The family's attempts to warn others were met with predictable Elmore indifference. Principal Brown, when confronted with the evidence, accused Gumball of orchestrating an elaborate prank to get out of homework. Mr. Small, the eternally enigmatic guidance counsellor, offered only a cryptic smile and a murmured observation about the inevitability of endings. Even Darwin's optimistic rallying cry to the townsfolk fell on deaf ears. The citizens of Elmore had weathered too many absurdities: sentient rain clouds, sentient pizzas, sentient everything, to take doomsday seriously. The Wattersons were on their own. Desperation led to improvisation. If the universe was collapsing, the logical solution was to leave it. Richard, drawing on his boundless confidence and minimal engineering knowledge, spearheaded the construction of a spaceship in the Watterson backyard. The result was less NASA and more explosion waiting to happen. A patchwork monstrosity held together by duct tape and blind hope. The launch, if it could be called that, lasted approximately 3 seconds before the ship crumpled like a soda can, leaving the family covered in soot and defeat. It was then that Banana Barbara appeared, her usual serene demeanour untouched by the panic around her. She had seen the end in her dreams, she explained. Not just Elmore's end, but the end. And it wasn't something to outrun, it was something to accept. Her words hung in the air, heavy with finality, but Gumball, ever the stubborn optimist, refused to surrender to fate. If the universe was breaking, someone had to be behind it. And as luck or cosmic irony would have it, they already knew someone with intimate knowledge of the universe's inner workings. Rob, the same Rob who had once been rebooted Rob, who had traversed the void between worlds, who had seen the seams of reality fraying long before the Wattersons noticed. Finding him wouldn't be easy. After his last defeat, he'd vanished into the background of Elmore like a glitch in the system. But if anyone understood the true nature of the void now swallowing their world, it was him. The confrontation, when it came, was less a battle and more a bitter exchange of truths. Rob, hunched in the shadows of an abandoned convenience store, didn't gloat. He didn't even seem surprised. The void, he explained, wasn't just coming. It had always been there, lurking at the edges of existence, waiting for the universe to grow too weak to resist. He'd tried to warn them, in his own twisted way, by tearing at the fabric of Gumball's perfect life. But now it was too late. The cracks were spreading, and no amount of Watterson chaos could patch them this time. The family stood at a crossroads, the weight of Rob's words pressing down. Banana Barbara's paintings, Anaïs's data, Rob's grim testimony, it all pointed to one inescapable conclusion. The universe was dying, and Elmore, for all its quirks and wonders, would be the first to go. As Rob's warning about the void's impending consumption of Elmore settled over the Wattersons, the family faced an existential threat unlike any before, one that targeted the very fabric of their reality. Gumball, ever the improviser in impossible situations, proposed a solution as audacious as it was desperate. If the void was erasing their universe, perhaps they could rewrite its code first. This wasn't just a wild idea, but a direct acknowledgement of the show's own meta-nature, a realization that Elmore operated under rules that could, in theory, be manipulated. The school computer lab, a recurring site of technological chaos, became their entry point. A lingering glitch in the system, left over from Richard's earlier mishap with a sentient virus, served as their backdoor into the universe's underlying framework. The infiltration of Elmore's source code was less a sleek hack and more a chaotic stumble through a digital funhouse. The Wattersons found themselves navigating a surreal landscape of half-rendered assets, floating dialogue boxes, and looping animations, a visual representation of the show's own animation errors and production quirks. Here, characters like Alan Keane or Tina Rex existed as simplified models, their usual depth stripped away to their most basic functions. The deeper they ventured, the more the environment resembled a behind-the-scenes workspace, complete with discarded storyboard sketches and unfinished background art. It was a place where the fourth wall didn't just break, it had never been built to begin with. Their journey culminated in an encounter with the creator, a shadowy, near-featureless entity who existed as a stand-in for the show's writing team. The conversation was less a plea for help and more a meta-commentary on narrative inevitability. The creator refused intervention, not out of malice, but because the void's consumption was simply how the story went. Darwin's emotional appeal, "But we're your characters," was met with a resigned shrug, a quiet nod to the fact that even in fiction, some endings can't be rewritten. Denied salvation from above, the Wattersons retreated just as the void's influence began seeping into Elmore proper, warping their home into something unrecognizable. Reality itself started to unravel in ways that defied logic, even by Elmore's standards. Background characters flickered in and out of existence, their lines of dialogue repeating like broken records. The sun in the sky stuttered like a frozen video buffer, and entire sections of town dissolved into pixelated voids. Fourth wall breaks, once playful gags, became involuntary symptoms of the universe's collapse. Gumball found himself mid-sentence as his voice clip abruptly cut to static, while Anais discovered she could rewind minor events by 3 seconds, a glitch she couldn't control. Even Principal Brown's morning announcements devolved into a garbled mess of out-of-context phrases from earlier episodes, as if the show's audio tracks were being recycled against their will. The Void's arrival wasn't a singular event, but a creeping decay, and it exposed the absurd fragility of Elmore's daily life. As the local grocery store folded in on itself, like a poorly compressed JPEG, the townspeople's reactions ranged from oblivious to hilariously inept. Larry, ever the unflappable convenience store clerk, continued restocking shelves that no longer existed, muttering about kids these days as his inventory phased in and out of reality. Sarah, mid-conspiracy rant about government simulations, failed to notice her own body briefly flickering into a wireframe model. Only Banana Barbara, with her prophetic paintings, seemed fully aware of what was coming, but her warnings were, as usual, dismissed as the ramblings of a fruit-based artist. The Wattersons' last stand at their house was less a battle and more a desperate improvisation with the tools at hand. Richard, wielding a spaghetti strainer as a makeshift helmet, tried to debug a corrupted section of the living room by whacking the wall with a broom. Nicole, ever pragmatic, attempted to stabilize their immediate surroundings by sheer force of will, a nod to her occasional, unexplained ability to warp reality when sufficiently angered. Gumball and Darwin, meanwhile, used household items in increasingly nonsensical ways, from repurposing the remote control as a dimensional stabilizer to using a toaster as a shield against errant glitch effects. Their efforts were futile, but they were also the most Watterson response possible, facing annihilation with a mix of creativity, stubbornness, and utter lack of a coherent plan. As the void closed in, Elmore's citizens finally noticed the apocalypse, though their collective response was less heroic resistance and more panicked incompetence. The Banana Guards attempted to form a defensive line, only to immediately trip over their own malfunctioning hitboxes. Terry, mid-meltdown over her reflection glitching in the mirror, failed to register that the mirror itself had ceased to exist. Even Penny, usually a voice of reason, found herself stuck in a dialogue loop, repeating, this isn't happening, as her character model briefly defaulted to her old, shell-encased design from earlier seasons. The chaos peaked when the sky itself was replaced with a scrolling error message, a system failure notice in blocky old-school computer font. In the end, Banana Barbara's final painting captured the moment with eerie prescience. The Watterson family holding hands in their crumbling living room as the void consumed them in a wave of static. It was a haunting image, one that mirrored the show's own willingness to flirt with genuine stakes beneath its comedic surface. But just as abruptly as it began, the universe reset, not with a victory, but with a soft reboot. Gumball woke up in his bed, the events erased from his memory, but leaving behind a lingering sense of déjà vu. The sky outside was normal, the house intact, and the void nowhere to be seen. Only subtle hints remained, a single frame of static in the corner of his eye, or the faintest echo of Rob's warning in a half-remembered dream. Banana Barbara, now back on her park bench, resumed painting, but her new works carried an unsettling undercurrent. A half-finished canvas showed the Watterson family standing at the school computer lab again, their faces determined. Another depicted Rob, but this time his form was slightly distorted, as if seen through a corrupted file. Most telling of all was a small sketch of a black hole, labelled not as the Void, but as Season 7, Episode 1. The cycle, it seemed, was far from over, and as Gumball shrugged off his strange feeling and launched into another misadventure, the audience was left to wonder, had they truly avoided the end, or merely delayed it? The Banana Barbara prophecy's arc marked a tonal shift for the Amazing World of Gumball, blending its signature absurdity with genuine existential dread, all while never losing sight of the show's core humour. The Void wasn't just a villain, it was the ultimate punchline, a literal erasure of the status quo that still somehow reset in time for next week's episode. Even in the face of a cosmic annihilation, Elmore's residents remained blissfully, hilariously themselves, right up until the moment they weren't. And as the credits rolled on this near apocalypse, one thing was clear. In a world where reality was as flexible as the animation style, no ending was ever truly final. Rob, now a fragmented shell of his former self, wandered the streets of Elmore with a haunting awareness of the collapse. His memories were jagged, incomplete, but he knew something monumental had happened, something that had torn the fabric of reality apart. In the Amazing World of Gumball, Rob's existential crisis deepened as he grappled with the fragments of his past. He couldn't shake the feeling that he had been part of something larger, something catastrophic, but the details slipped through his fingers like sand. His encounters with Gumball and Darwin only fueled his frustration, as they seemed blissfully unaware of the cosmic upheaval they had all survived. Rob's desperation grew, and he began to obsess over the Void, the ominous force that had once consumed him. Though the Void had seemingly been defeated, Rob couldn't shake the feeling that it still lingered, a shadow at the edges of reality, waiting for its next opportunity to strike. Meanwhile, at Elmore Junior High, Mr. Small delivered a cryptic warning to Gumball during one of their many chaotic classroom discussions. "The next time," he said, his tone unusually grave, "you might not be so lucky." Gumball, ever the optimist, brushed it off with a joke, but the words lingered in the air like a storm cloud. Mr. Small's warning hinted at the instability of their world, a world that had already been pushed to the brink of destruction. The school itself seemed to echo this fragility. In the computer lab, a brief glitch disrupted the lesson, freezing the screens and distorting the images into unrecognizable patterns. The students laughed it off, but Anais, ever the intellectual, couldn't ignore the implications. She knew that glitches like these weren't just random malfunctions, they were symptoms of a deeper, unresolved instability, a reminder that their reality was still teetering on the edge. Darwin too felt the lingering unease, though he struggled to articulate it. One night, he had a nightmare about the void, a swirling abyss that threatened to consume everything he loved. He woke up in a cold sweat, clutching his blanket tightly. When he tried to explain the dream to Gumball the next morning, his brother dismissed it as just another weird dream. "You probably just ate too much pizza before bed," Gumball joked, but Darwin couldn't shake the feeling that the dream had been more than just his imagination. The void, though seemingly defeated, still haunted the edges of his subconscious, a reminder that their victory might not have been as final as they had hoped. Aeneas, always the most perceptive of the Watterson siblings, began to notice strange anomalies in her daily life. While working on her homework one evening, she discovered equations she didn't remember writing, complex formulas that seemed to describe the very fabric of reality. She stared at the page, her brow furrowed in confusion. "Did I do this?" she muttered to herself. The equations were beyond her current understanding, yet they felt eerily familiar, as if they had been etched into her mind by some external force. Anais couldn't shake the feeling that these equations were connected to the collapse, a lingering remnant of the chaos that had once threatened to destroy their world. She tucked the notebook away, determined to investigate further, but the mystery remained unsolved. Richard, oblivious as ever, found himself experiencing a strange sense of nostalgia. He sat on the couch, staring at the TV, but his mind was elsewhere. "I feel like I'm missing something big," he said to Nicole, who was busy folding laundry. "Like something really important happened, and I just missed it." Nicole rolled her eyes, accustomed to Richard's nonsensical ramblings, but there was a kernel of truth in his words. Richard's hazy recollection hinted at the collective amnesia that seemed to plague Elmore's residents. The collapse had left its mark on everyone, even those who couldn't consciously remember it. Richard's nostalgia was a faint echo of the cosmic chaos that had reshaped their world, a reminder that the past was never truly gone. As the episode drew to a close, the focus shifted to Banana Barbara, Elmore's resident prophetic artist. She sat in her usual spot, her paintbrush moving with deliberate precision. Her latest work began to take shape, a swirling, chaotic masterpiece that hinted at impending doom. The painting was unmistakably apocalyptic, filled with dark, ominous imagery that sent a chill down the spine of anyone who dared to look at it. Banana Barbara's prophecies had always been eerily accurate, and this new painting suggested that the chaos they had experienced was far from over. The camera lingered on her work, capturing every brushstroke, before slowly panning away, leaving the viewer with a sense of foreboding. In the post-credits scene, the camera cut to a wide shot of Elmore, bathed in the soft glow of twilight. Everything seemed peaceful, but a shadow passed over the town, unnoticed by its residents. The shadow was unmistakably the void, a silent, creeping presence that had returned to the edges of their reality. The scene was brief, but its implications were profound. The void was still out there, lurking in the darkness, waiting for the right moment to strike. The series ended on this ominous note, leaving the prophecy unresolved and maintaining the theme of cosmic chaos that had defined its later seasons. Throughout the Amazing World of Gumball, the Banana Barbara prophecies served as a recurring reminder of the fragility of their world. Her paintings were more than just art. They were warnings, glimpses into a future that was always teetering on the edge of collapse. The final episodes of the series leaned heavily into this theme, exploring the lingering consequences of the collapse and the unresolved threats that still loomed over Elmore. Rob's fragmented memories, Mr. Small's cryptic warning, the glitches in the school computer lab, Darwin's nightmare, Anais' mysterious equations, Richard's nostalgia, and Banana Barbara's apocalyptic painting all contributed to a sense of unease, a feeling that their world was still far from safe. The void, though seemingly defeated, remained a constant presence, a shadow that could not be fully eradicated. Its brief reappearance in the post-credits scene was a chilling reminder that the cosmic chaos was far from over. The series left its audience with more questions than answers, a deliberate choice that underscored the unpredictable nature of the amazing world of Gumball. The Banana Barbara prophecies were never fully resolved, leaving the fate of Elmore hanging in the balance. This unresolved tension was a fitting conclusion to a series that had always thrived on chaos, humour, and unpredictability. As the credits rolled, viewers were left to ponder the implications of Banana Barbara's latest painting and the void's ominous return. The Amazing World of Gumball had always been a show that defied expectations, blending humour with existential dread in a way that was uniquely its own. The Banana Barbara prophecies were a testament to this duality, a reminder that even in the midst of laughter, there was always the potential for chaos. The series ended not with a neat resolution, but with a lingering sense of uncertainty, leaving its audience to grapple with the same questions that haunted its characters. In the end, The Amazing World of Gumball was a show that embraced the chaos of existence, celebrating the absurdity of life, while never shying away from its darker, more uncertain aspects. The Banana Barbara prophecies were a fitting culmination of the series' exploration of cosmic chaos. Her paintings served as a visual representation of the fragility of their world, a reminder that even in the face of destruction, there was always the potential for rebirth. The void's return in the post-credits scene was a chilling reminder that the chaos was never truly gone, only temporarily subdued. The Amazing World of Gumball ended with a sense of unresolved tension, a deliberate choice that underscored the unpredictable nature of their world. The Banana Barbara prophecies were never fully explained, leaving the fate of Elmore hanging in the balance. This unresolved tension was a fitting conclusion to a series that had always thrived on chaos, humour, and unpredictability. As viewers reflected on the final episodes, they were left to grapple with the same questions that haunted the characters. What did Banana Barbara's latest painting mean? Was the void truly gone, or was it merely biding its time? And what did the future hold for Elmore and its residents? These questions lingered long after the final credits rolled, a testament to the enduring impact of The Amazing World of Gumball. The series had always been a celebration of the absurd, a reminder that life was unpredictable and often nonsensical. The Banana Barbara prophecies were a fitting conclusion to this theme, leaving the audience with a sense of unease and uncertainty, a reminder that even in the midst of laughter, there was always the potential for chaos. The Banana Barbara prophecies were more than just a plot device, they were a reflection of the series' core themes. The Amazing World of Gumball had always been a show about the unpredictability of life, the way that chaos could erupt at any moment, turning the mundane into the extraordinary. Banana Barbara's paintings captured this essence, serving as a visual representation of the fragility of their world. The void's return in the post-credits scene was a chilling reminder that the chaos was never truly gone, only temporarily subdued. The series ended with a sense of unresolved tension, a deliberate choice that underscored the unpredictable nature of their world. The Banana Barbara prophecies were never fully explained, leaving the fate of Elmore hanging in the balance. This unresolved tension was a fitting conclusion to a series that had always thrived on chaos, humour, and unpredictability, As viewers reflected on the final episodes, they were left to grapple with the same questions that haunted the characters. What did Banana Barbara's latest painting mean? Was the void truly gone, or was it merely biding its time? And what did the future hold for Elmore and its residents? These questions lingered long after the final credits rolled, a testament to the enduring impact of The Amazing World of Gumball. The series had always been a celebration of the absurd, a reminder that life was unpredictable and often nonsensical. The Banana Barbara prophecies were a fitting conclusion to this theme, leaving the audience with a sense of unease and uncertainty, a reminder that even in the midst of laughter, there was always the potential for chaos. The Banana Barbara prophecies were more than just a plot device, they were a reflection of the series' core themes. The Amazing World of Gumball had always been a show about the unpredictability of life, the way that chaos could erupt at any moment, turning the mundane into the extraordinary. Banana Barbara's paintings captured this essence, serving as a visual representation of the fragility of their world. The Void's return in the post-credits scene was a chilling reminder that the chaos was never truly gone, only temporarily subdued. The series ended with a sense of unresolved tension, a deliberate choice that underscored the unpredictable nature of their world. The Banana Barbara prophecies were never fully explained, leaving the fate of Elmore hanging in the balance. This unresolved tension was a fitting conclusion to a series that had always thrived on chaos, humour, and unpredictability. As viewers reflected on the final episodes, they were left to grapple with the same questions that haunted the characters. What did Banana Barbara's latest painting mean? Was the void truly gone, or was it merely biding its time? And what did the future hold for Elmore and its residents? These questions lingered long after the final credits rolled, a testament to the enduring impact of The Amazing World of Gumball. The series had always been a celebration of the absurd, a reminder that life was unpredictable and often nonsensical. The Banana Barbara prophecies were a fitting conclusion to this theme, leaving the audience with a sense of unease and uncertainty, a reminder that even in the midst of laughter, there was always the potential for chaos. The Banana Barbara prophecies were more than just a plot device, they were a reflection of the series' core themes. The Amazing World of Gumball had always been a show about the unpredictability of life, the way that chaos could erupt at any moment, turning the mundane into the extraordinary. Banana Barbara's paintings captured this essence, serving as a visual representation of the fragility of their world. The Void's return in the post-credits scene was a chilling reminder that the chaos was never truly gone, only temporarily subdued. The series ended with a sense of unresolved tension, a deliberate choice that underscored the unpredictable nature of their world. The Banana Barbara prophecies were never fully explained, leaving the fate of Elmore hanging in the balance. This unresolved tension was a fitting conclusion to a series that had always thrived on chaos, humour, and unpredictability. As viewers reflected on the final episodes, they were left to grapple with the same questions that haunted the characters. What did Banana Barbara's latest painting mean? Was the void truly gone, or was it merely biding its time? And what did the future hold for Elmore and its residents? These questions lingered long after the final credits rolled, a testament to the enduring impact of The Amazing World of Gumball. The series had always been a celebration of the absurd, a reminder that life was unpredictable and often nonsensical. The Banana Barbara prophecies were a fitting conclusion to this theme, leaving the audience with a sense of unease and uncertainty, a reminder that even in the midst of laughter, there was always the potential for chaos. The Banana Barbara prophecies were more than just a plot device. They were a reflection of the series' core themes. The Amazing World of Gumball had always been a show about the unpredictability of life, the way that chaos could erupt at any moment, turning the mundane into the extraordinary. Banana Barbara's paintings captured this essence, serving as a visual representation of the fragility of their world. The Void's return in the post-credits scene was a chilling reminder that the chaos was never truly gone, only temporarily subdued. The series ended with a sense of unresolved tension, a deliberate choice that underscored the unpredictable nature of their world. The Banana Barbara prophecies were never fully explained, leaving the fate of Elmore hanging in the balance. This unresolved tension was a fitting conclusion to a series that had always thrived on chaos, humour, and unpredictability. As viewers reflected on the final episodes, they were left to grapple with the same questions that haunted the characters. What did Banana Barbara's latest painting mean? Was the void truly gone, or was it merely biding its time? And what did the future hold for Elmore and its residents? These questions lingered long after the final credits rolled, a testament to the enduring impact of The Amazing World of Gumball. The series had always been a celebration of the absurd, a reminder that life was unpredictable and often nonsensical. The Banana Barbara prophecies were a fitting conclusion to this theme, leaving the audience with a sense of unease and uncertainty, a reminder that, even in the midst of laughter, there was always the potential for chaos. The Banana Barbara prophecies had foretold the end, but the Wattersons, like the rest of Elmore, had brushed it off as the eccentric ramblings of a banana with a paintbrush. Yet as the series finale unfolded, it became clear that Barbara's visions were not just abstract art, but a chilling premonition. The final days of Elmore began with a creeping unease, as Gumball and Darwin noticed strange anomalies disrupting the fabric of their world. Objects vanished without explanation, and the laws of physics, already loose in Elmore, began to unravel entirely. A basketball Gumball was dribbling suddenly ceased to exist mid-bounce, leaving him staring at his empty hands in confusion. Darwin, ever the optimist, suggested it was just another quirky day in their town, but the unease in his voice betrayed his true feelings. The glitches were sporadic at first, but their frequency and intensity grew, signalling something far more sinister at play. The Watterson family gathered at home, their usual chaos momentarily paused by the growing sense of dread. Nicole, ever the pragmatic matriarch, tried to maintain order, barking orders to clean up the house, as if tidiness could stave off the impending doom. Richard, oblivious as ever, lounged on the couch with a bag of chips, only for the snacks to disappear mid-bite, leaving him clutching at air. Anais, the intellectual powerhouse of the family, observed the anomalies with a furrowed brow, her mind racing to piece together the cause. Even Gumball and Darwin, who thrived on chaos, found themselves unnerved by the unpredictability of their surroundings. The family's dynamic, usually a whirlwind of absurdity, was momentarily subdued by the shared realization that something was profoundly wrong. The gravity of the situation became undeniable when Principal Brown's voice crackled over the school PA system, announcing that the universe itself was collapsing due to irreparable flaws. His tone, usually reserved for mundane announcements about school events, carried an uncharacteristic weight. Students and teachers alike froze in their tracks, the implications of his words sinking in. Elmore Junior High, a place of endless absurdity and hijinks, was suddenly a backdrop for existential dread. Gumball and Darwin, who had spent years navigating the school's bizarre ecosystem, exchanged a look of mutual understanding. This wasn't just another wacky adventure, it was the end of everything they knew. Seeking answers, Gumball and Darwin turned to Mr. Small, their perpetually flustered guidance counsellor. Mr. Small, who had always struggled to maintain order in his chaotic counselling sessions, now faced a crisis far beyond his expertise. He explained that the universe's code, the very foundation of their reality, was corrupting. The glitches were symptoms of a deeper malfunction, one that could not be fixed. His explanation was filled with technobabble, but the core message was clear. Elmore was doomed. Gumball, ever the skeptic, pressed for solutions, but Mr. Small could only offer a helpless shrug. The universe, once a playground of endless possibilities, was now a ticking time bomb. Anais, unwilling to accept defeat without a fight, dove into research. Her room, already a cluttered mess of books and gadgets, became a war room as she scoured every available resource for answers. She discovered that the universe's entropy, the measure of disorder, had reached a point of no return. The laws of thermodynamics, once abstract concepts, were now the harbingers of their demise. Her findings confirmed what Mr. Small had suggested. The universe was unravelling, and there was nothing anyone could do to stop it. Anais, usually the voice of reason, found herself grappling with the same fear that gripped her family. Her intellect, once a source of confidence, was now a reminder of their helplessness. Richard, ever the embodiment of denial, tried to ignore the chaos by indulging in his favourite pastime, eating junk food, but even his snacks betrayed him, vanishing mid-bite as if mocking his attempts to escape reality. His usual bluster gave way to a rare moment of vulnerability as he stared at the empty space where his chips had been. Nicole, ever the realist, tried to organise an evacuation plan, rallying the family to gather supplies and prepare for the worst. But as she surveyed the town, she realised there was nowhere to escape to. Elmore, once a vibrant community of absurdity, was now a collapsing bubble, its borders shrinking with each passing moment. The streets of Elmore descended into panic as the glitches escalated. Buildings flickered in and out of existence, their foundations crumbling into nothingness. People, too, began to vanish, their forms dissolving into the void. The chaos was not limited to the physical world. The very fabric of reality seemed to warp and twist, defying logic. Gumball and Darwin, navigating the chaos, stumbled upon Penny, Gumball's longtime crush and confidant. Penny, usually a beacon of optimism, was visibly shaken, but tried to stay strong for their sake. Their reunion, once a source of joy, was now tinged with sorrow as they faced the inevitability of their world's end. Tobias, ever the opportunist, tried to use the chaos to impress Rachel, his perennial object of affection. His attempts were as clumsy as ever, and Rachel, unimpressed as always, brushed him off without a second thought. Tobias, oblivious to the severity of the situation, continued his antics, unaware that his world was crumbling around him. His obliviousness, once a source of comic relief, now underscored the tragedy of the situation. Even in the face of annihilation, some things never changed. The void, a recurring threat in earlier seasons, reappeared with a vengeance. Once contained by the efforts of the Wattersons and their allies, it now expanded uncontrollably, consuming everything in its path. The void was not just a physical threat, but a metaphysical one, representing the collapse of reality itself. Its reappearance marked the final stage of Elmore's demise, a grim reminder that no one could escape the inevitable. Larry, still working at Joyful Burger, served his last customer with his usual apathy before the restaurant disintegrated into nothingness. His resignation to the chaos was a microcosm of Elmore's collective despair. The final days of Elmore were marked by a haunting blend of absurdity and tragedy. The town, once a vibrant tapestry of eccentric characters and surreal humour, was now a shadow of its former self. The Wattersons, who had navigated countless misadventures with resilience and humour, found themselves facing a crisis they could not overcome. The glitches, the panic, the void, all were symptoms of a deeper collapse, one that transcended their understanding. As the universe unravelled, Elmore's residents grappled with the inevitability of their fate, their once colourful world fading into nothingness. The end was not just a conclusion, but a reckoning, a final reminder of the fragility of their existence. As the fabric of Elmore continued to unravel, Banana Joe and Anton found themselves standing amidst the chaos, their usual rivalry dissolving into something far more profound. Banana Joe, the eternally cheerful banana with a knack for slapstick, reached out to Anton, the brooding, monocle-wearing eggplant who had spent much of his life trying to prove his superiority. In that moment, their differences no longer mattered. Hand in hand, they accepted their fate, a silent acknowledgement of the friendship that had always been there, buried beneath layers of competition. This was Elmore at its core, a place where even the most unlikely bonds could form in the face of the inevitable. Meanwhile, Carrie, the ghostly girlfriend of Gumball, chose this moment to reveal her true form fully. No longer hiding behind her human disguise, she floated beside Gumball, her spectral glow casting an eerie light in the dimming world. Gumball, ever the optimist, struggled to come to terms with the end of everything he had ever known. Carrie, with her centuries of existence as a ghost, offered him comfort, reminding him that endings are a natural part of life, even if they are painful. Her words carried the weight of someone who had seen countless beginnings and endings, and for the first time, Gumball truly understood the depth of her wisdom. The Wattersons, ever the centre of Elmore's chaos, returned home, one last time. Their house, a symbol of their dysfunctional yet loving family, began to collapse around them. The walls cracked, the roof sagged, and the familiar chaos of their living room was replaced with an unsettling stillness. Richard, the perpetually lazy father, finally admitted his fears. In a rare moment of vulnerability, he hugged his family tightly, telling them he loved them. It was a poignant moment for a character who had spent much of his life avoiding responsibility, and it underscored the deep bond that held the Wattersons together, even as their world fell apart. Anais, the youngest and most intellectually gifted of the Wattersons, used her genius to calculate the exact moment of the universe's end. Armed with her laptop and a mind that had solved countless problems before, she crunched the numbers, arriving at a precise timestamp. Yet, in a rare moment of restraint, she chose not to share it with her family. Perhaps it was her way of sparing them the agony of knowing exactly when the end would come, or perhaps she simply wanted to savour their final moments together without the weight of inevitability hanging over them. As the house continued to deteriorate, Gumball and Darwin found themselves sitting on their couch, the same couch where they had shared so many adventures. The room flickered, the lights dimming and brightening in a chaotic rhythm, as if the universe itself was struggling to hold on. They reminisced about their escapades, from their attempts to become internet famous to their misadventures with Tobias and Tina. Their laughter echoed through the crumbling house, a bittersweet reminder of the joy they had shared, even in the face of absurdity. It was then that the fourth wall broke entirely, a moment that had been building throughout the series. The characters realised they were in a TV show, a revelation that was both shocking and inevitable. Gumball, ever the one to confront the absurd, addressed the audience directly, asking if there was anything they could do to stop this. It was a plea that resonated deeply, a cry for help from a character who had always been aware of his existence on some level, but had never fully grasped the implications until now. The animators and writers of the show appeared as shadowy figures, their presence a reminder of the creators behind the chaos. They shrugged helplessly at the characters, their silence speaking volumes. Nicole, the fiercely protective mother, demanded answers from them, her anger palpable. She had always been the one to fight for her family, and even in the face of the inevitable, she refused to go down without a struggle. Yet the creators remained silent, their inaction a stark reminder of the characters' lack of agency in their own story. Darwin, ever the optimist, suggested that maybe their story didn't have to end. His words carried a hint of hope, a suggestion that perhaps existence was cyclical, and that even in the face of annihilation, there was the possibility of rebirth. It was a profound moment for a character who had started the series as a goldfish with limited understanding of the world, and it underscored the growth he had undergone throughout the series. As the void consumed everything around them, the Wattersons held hands, a final act of unity in the face of the inevitable. The screen itself began to dissolve, the familiar visuals of Elmore replaced with darkness. It was a fitting end for a show that had always pushed the boundaries of reality, blending the absurd with the profound in a way that was uniquely the Amazing World of Gumball. The final moments of Elmore were a testament to the show's ability to balance humour with heart, absurdity with introspection. The characters, for all their flaws and quirks, had become a family in the truest sense, and their journey had resonated with our audiences in ways that transcended the boundaries of animation. As the void consumed everything, including the screen itself, it was impossible not to feel a sense of loss, but also a sense of gratitude for the time spent in Elmore. The legacy of The Amazing World of Gumball lies not just in its humour or its unique animation style, but in its ability to explore deep, universal themes through the lens of absurdity. The final days of Elmore were a reminder that, even in the face of the inevitable, there is beauty in the connections we make and the memories we share. It was a fitting end for a show that had always been about more than just laughs, a show that had dared to push the boundaries of what animation could be. As the screen faded to black, the characters' voices echoed in the darkness, a final reminder of the world they had inhabited and the stories they had shared. The void may have consumed Elmore, but the impact of The Amazing World of Gumball would linger, a testament to the power of storytelling and the enduring appeal of a little blue cat and his goldfish brother. In the end, the final days of Elmore were not just an end, but a celebration of everything that had made the show so special, from the absurd humour to the heartfelt moments, from the unique animation to the unforgettable characters. The Amazing World of Gumball had left an indelible mark on the world of animation, and as the void closed in, it was impossible not to feel a sense of gratitude for the time spent in Elmore, a place where anything was possible, even in the face of the inevitable. The final moments of the series were a reminder that endings are a natural part of life, but they are also an opportunity to reflect on the journey that led us there. For the characters of The Amazing World of Gumball, that journey had been one of growth, laughter, and love, and their final moments together were a testament to the bonds that had held them together through thick and thin. As the void consumed everything, including the screen itself, it was impossible not to feel a sense of loss, but also a sense of gratitude for the time spent in Elmore. The final days of Elmore were a reminder that even in the face of the inevitable, there is beauty in the connections we make and the memories we share. It was a fitting end for a show that had always been about more than just laughs, a show that had dared to push the boundaries of what animation could be. The legacy of The Amazing World of Gumball lies not just in its humour or its unique animation style, but in its ability to explore deep, universal themes through the lens of absurdity. The final days of Elmore were a testament to the show's ability to balance humour with heart, absurdity with introspection. The characters, for all their flaws and quirks, had become a family in the truest sense, and their journey had resonated with audiences in ways that transcended the boundaries of animation. As the void consumed everything, including the screen itself, it was impossible not to feel a sense of loss, but also a sense of gratitude for the time spent in Elmore. The final days of Elmore were a reminder that, even in the face of the inevitable, there is beauty in the connections we make and the memories we share. It was a fitting end for a show that had always been about more than just laughs, a show that had dared to push the boundaries of what animation could be. The legacy of the Amazing World of Gumball lies not just in its humour or its unique animation style, but in its ability to explore deep, universal themes through the lens of absurdity. The final days of Elmore were a testament to the show's ability to balance humour with heart, absurdity with introspection. The characters, for all their flaws and quirks, had become a family in the truest sense, and their journey had resonated with audiences in ways that transcended the boundaries of animation. As the void consumed everything, including the screen itself, it was impossible not to feel a sense of loss, but also a sense of gratitude for the time spent in Elmore. The final days of Elmore were a reminder that even in the face of the inevitable, there is beauty in the connections we make and the memories we share. It was a fitting end for a show that had always been about more than just laughs, a show that had dared to push the boundaries of what animation could be. The legacy of The Amazing World of Gumball lies not just in its humour or its unique animation style, but in its ability to explore deeper universal themes through the lens of absurdity. The final days of Elmore were a testament to the show's ability to balance humour with heart, absurdity with introspection. The characters, for all their flaws and quirks, had become a family in the truest sense, and their journey had resonated with audiences in ways that transcended the boundaries of animation. As the void consumed everything, including the screen itself, it was impossible not to feel a sense of loss, but also a sense of gratitude for the time spent in Elmore. The final days of Elmore were a reminder that even in the face of the inevitable, there is beauty in the connections we make and the memories we share. It was a fitting end for a show that had always been about more than just laughs, a show that had dared to push the boundaries of what animation could be. The legacy of The Amazing World of Gumball lies not just in its humour or its unique animation style, but in its ability to explore deep, universal themes through the lens of absurdity. The final days of Elmore were a testament to the show's ability to balance humour with heart, absurdity with introspection. The characters, for all their flaws and quirks, had become a family in the truest sense, and their journey had resonated with audiences in ways that transcended the boundaries of animation. As the void consumed everything, including the screen itself, it was impossible not to feel a sense of loss, but also a sense of gratitude for the time spent in Elmore. The final days of Elmore were a reminder that, even in the face of the inevitable, there is beauty in the connections we make and the memories we share. It was a fitting end for a show that had always been about more than just laughs, a show that had dared to push the boundaries of what animation could be. The legacy of The Amazing World of Gumball lies not just in its humour or its unique animation style, but in its ability to explore deep, universal themes through the lens of absurdity. The final days of Elmore were a testament to the show's ability to balance humour with heart, absurdity with introspection. The characters, for all their flaws and quirks, had become a family in the truest sense, and their journey had resonated with audiences in ways that transcended the boundaries of animation. As the void consumed everything, including the screen itself, it was impossible not to feel a sense of loss, but also a sense of gratitude for the time spent in Elmore. The final days of Elmore were a reminder that, even in the face of the inevitable, there is beauty in the connections we make and the memories we share. It was a fitting end for a show that had always been about more than just laughs, a show that had dared to push the boundaries of what animation could be. The legacy of The Amazing World of Gumball lies not just in its humour or its unique animation style, but in its ability to explore deep, universal themes through the lens of absurdity. The final days of Elmore were a testament to the show's ability to balance humour with heart, absurdity with introspection. The characters, for all their flaws and quirks, had become a family in the truest sense, and their journey had resonated with audiences in ways that transcended the boundaries of animation. As the void consumed everything, including the screen itself, it was impossible not to feel a sense of loss, but also a sense of gratitude for the time spent in Elmore. The final days of Elmore were a reminder that even in the face of the inevitable, there is beauty in the connections we make and the memories we share. It was a fitting end for a show that had always been about more than just laughs, a show that had dared to push the boundaries of what animation could be. The legacy of The Amazing World of Gumball lies not just in its humour or its unique animation style, but in its ability to explore deep, universal themes through the lens of absurdity. The final days of Elmore were a testament to the show's ability to balance humour with heart, absurdity with introspection. The characters, for all their flaws and quirks, had become a family in the truest sense, and their journey had resonated with audiences in ways that transcended the boundaries of animation. As the void consumed everything, including the screen itself, it was impossible not to feel a sense of loss, but also a sense of gratitude for the time spent in Elmore. The final days of Elmore were a reminder that even in the face of the inevitable, there is beauty in the connections we make and the memories we share. It was a fitting end for a show that had always been about more than just laughs, a show that had dared to push the boundaries of what animation could be. The legacy of The Amazing World of Gumball lies not just in its humour or its unique animation style, but in its ability to explore deep, universal themes through the lens of absurdity. The final days of Elmore were a testament to the show's ability to balance humour with heart, absurdity with introspection. The characters, for all their flaws and quirks, had become a family in the truest sense, and their journey had resonated with audiences in ways that transcended the boundaries of animation. As the void consumed everything, including the screen itself, it was impossible not to feel a sense of loss, but also a sense of gratitude for the time spent in Elmore. The final days of Elmore were a reminder that even in the face of the inevitable, there is beauty in the connections we make and the memories we share. It was a fitting end for a show that had always been about more than just laughs, a show that had dared to push the boundaries of what animation could be. The legacy of The Amazing World of Gumball lies not just in its humour or its unique animation style, but in its ability to explore deep, universal themes through the lens of absurdity. The final days of Elmore were a testament to the show's ability to balance humour with heart, absurdity with introspection. The characters, for all their flaws and quirks, had become a family in the truest sense, and their journey had resonated with audiences in ways that transcended the boundaries of animation. As the void consumed everything, including the screen itself, it was impossible not to feel a sense of loss, but also a sense of gratitude for the time spent in Elmore. The final days of Elmore were a reminder that even in the face of the inevitable, there is beauty in the connections we make and the memories we share. It was a fitting end for a show that had always been about more than just laughs, a show that had dared to push the boundaries of what animation could be. The legacy of The Amazing World of Gumball lies not just in its humour or its unique animation style, but in its ability to explore deep, universal themes through the lens of absurdity. The final days of Elmore were a testament to the show's ability to balance humour with heart, absurdity with introspection. The characters, for all their flaws and quirks, had become a family in the truest sense, and their journey had resonated with audiences in ways that transcended the boundaries of animation. As the void consumed everything, including the screen itself, it was impossible not to feel a sense of loss, but also a sense of gratitude for the time spent in Elmore. The final days of Elmore were a reminder that even in the face of the inevitable, there is beauty in the connections we make and the memories we share. It was a fitting end for a show that had always been about more than just laughs, a show that had dared to push the boundaries of what animation could be. The legacy of Ike the Amazing World of Gumball lies not just in its humour or its unique animation style, but in its ability to explore deep, universal themes through the lens of absurdity. The final days of Elmore were a testament to the show's ability to balance humour with heart, absurdity with introspection. The characters, for all their flaws and quirks, had become a family in the truest sense, and their journey had resonated with audiences in ways that transcended the boundaries of animation. As the void consumed everything, including the screen itself, it was impossible not to feel a sense of loss, but also a sense of gratitude for the time spent in Elmore. The final days of Elmore were a reminder that even in the face of the inevitable, there is beauty in the connections we make and the memories we share. It was a fitting end for a show that had always been about more than just laughs, a show that had dared to push the boundaries of what animation could be. The legacy of the Amazing World of Gumball lies not just in its humour or its unique animation style, but in its ability to explore deep, universal themes through the lens of absurdity. The final days of Elmore were a testament to the show's ability to balance humour with heart, absurdity with introspection. The characters, for all their flaws and quirks, had become a family in the truest sense, and their journey had resonated with audiences in ways that transcended the boundaries of animation. As the void consumed everything, including the screen itself, it was impossible not to feel a sense of loss, but also a sense of gratitude for the time spent in Elmore. The final days of Elmore were a reminder that even in the face of the inevitable, there is beauty in the connections we make and the memories we share. It was a fitting end for a show that had always been about more than just laughs, a show that had dared to push the boundaries of what animation could be. The legacy of the Amazing World of Gumball lies not just in its humour or its unique animation style, but in its ability to explore deep, universal themes through the lens of absurdity. The final days of Elmore were a testament to the show's ability to balance humour with heart, absurdity with introspection. The characters, for all their flaws and quirks, had become a family in the truest sense, and their journey had resonated with audiences in ways that transcended the boundaries of animation. As the void consumed everything, including the screen itself, it was impossible not to feel a sense of loss, but also a sense of gratitude for the time spent in Elmore. The final days of Elmore were a reminder that even in the face of the inevitable, there is beauty in the connections we make and the memories we share. It was a fitting end for a show that had always been about more than just laughs, a show that had dared to push the boundaries of what animation could be. The legacy of the Amazing World of Gumball lies not just in its humour or its unique animation style, but in its ability to explore deep, universal themes through the lens of absurdity. The final days of Elmore were a testament to the show's ability to balance humour with heart, absurdity with introspection. The characters, for all their flaws and quirks, had become a family in the truest sense, and their journey had resonated with audiences in ways that transcended the boundaries of animation. As the void consumed everything, including the screen itself, it was impossible not to feel a sense of loss, but also a sense of gratitude for the time spent in Elmore. The final days of Elmore were a reminder that even in the face of the inevitable, there is beauty in the connections we make and the memories we share. It was a fitting end for a show that had always been about more than just laughs, a show that had dared to push the boundaries of what animation could be. The legacy of The Amazing World of Gumball lies not just in its humour or its unique animation style, but in its ability to explore deep, universal themes through the lens of absurdity. The final days of Elmore were a testament to the show's ability to balance humour with heart, absurdity with introspection. The characters, for all their flaws and quirks, had become a family in the truest sense, and their journey had resonated with audiences in ways that transcended the boundaries of animation. As the void consumed everything, including the screen itself, it was impossible not to feel a sense of loss, but also a sense of gratitude for the time spent in Elmore. The final days of Elmore were a reminder that even in the face of the inevitable, there is beauty in the connections we make and the memories we share. It was a fitting end for a show that had always been about more than just laughs, a show that had dared to push the boundaries of what animation could be. The legacy of The Amazing World of Gumball lies not just in its humour or its unique animation style, but in its ability to explore deep, universal themes through the lens of absurdity. The final days of Elmore were a testament to the show's ability to balance humour with heart, absurdity with introspection. The characters, for all their flaws and quirks, had become a family in the truest sense, and their journey had resonated with audiences in ways that transcended the boundaries of animation. As the void consumed everything, including the screen itself, it was impossible not to feel a sense of loss, but also a sense of gratitude for the time spent in Elmore. The final days of Elmore were a reminder that even in the face of the inevitable, there is beauty in the connections we make and the memories we share. It was a fitting end for a show that had always been about more than just laughs, a show that had dared to push the boundaries of what animation could be. The legacy of The Amazing World of Gumball lies not just in its humour or its unique animation style, but in its ability to explore deep universal themes through the lens of absurdity. The final days of Elmore were a testament to the show's ability to balance humour with heart, absurdity with introspection. The characters, for all their flaws and quirks, had become a family in the truest sense, and their journey had resonated with audiences in ways that transcended the boundaries of animation. As the void consumed everything, including the screen itself, it was impossible not to feel a sense of loss, but also a sense of gratitude for the time spent in Elmore. The final days of Elmore were a reminder that even in the face of the inevitable, there is beauty in the connections we make and the memories we share. It was a fitting end for a show that had always been about more than just laughs, a show that had dared to push the boundaries of what animation could be. The legacy of The Amazing World of Gumball lies not just in its humour or its unique animation style, but in its ability to explore deep, universal themes through the lens of absurdity. The final days of Elmore were a testament to the show's ability to balance humour with heart, absurdity with As the world of Elmore teeters on the brink of annihilation, the familiar strains of The Amazing World of Gumball theme song begin to play, but they are distorted, warped, as if the fabric of reality itself is unravelling. The melody, once a cheerful anthem to the absurdity of life in Elmore Junior High, now echoes with an eerie dissonance, signalling the end of an era. The camera pans across the town, capturing its residents in their final moments. Gumball and Darwin stand frozen in mid-conversation, their faces etched with confusion and fear. Anais clutches her laptop, her usual composure shattered as she realizes the futility of her intellect in the face of oblivion. Nicole and Richard, for once, are united in their helplessness. their usual domestic chaos replaced by a haunting stillness. The once vibrant streets of Elmore are now silent, the laughter and bickering of its inhabitants replaced by an oppressive quiet. The world fades to white, leaving only emptiness in its wake. In the post-credits scene, the void is punctuated by a single object, a VHS tape labelled The Amazing World of Gumball. It sits untouched, a lone artifact in an infinite expanse of nothingness. The tape begins to play, its static crackling ominously, before transitioning into a glitched version of the show's opening sequence. The familiar imagery is there. Gumball and Darwin riding their skateboard, Anais typing furiously, Nicole karate chopping a watermelon, but it's fragmented, distorted, as if the universe itself is struggling to remember its own story. The sequence cuts abruptly, replaced by Gumball's voice, faint but unmistakable. Wait, was that the end? I don't think that was the end. His words hang in the void, a meta-commentary on the nature of endings and the cyclical nature of existence. The screen cuts to black, leaving the ultimate fate of the Wattersons and the residents of Elmore ambiguous. Are they gone forever, erased from existence, or are they suspended in a liminal space, waiting for the next iteration of their story to begin? The answer remains elusive, deliberately so. The creators of The Amazing World of Gumball have crafted an ending that defies closure, inviting viewers to grapple with the impermanence of fiction and reality. The final shot is a single blinking pixel on the screen, a haunting symbol of the last remnant of Elmore. It flickers briefly before vanishing, leaving only darkness. Fans have interpreted the ending in myriad ways, each theory as unique as the show itself. Some see it as a commentary on the ephemeral nature of storytelling, a reminder that all narratives, no matter how beloved, must eventually come to an end. Others view it as a metatextual nod to the cyclical nature of the show's universe, suggesting that Elmore and its inhabitants may be reborn anew in a never-ending loop. The creators have confirmed in interviews that the ending was designed to be open to interpretation, a deliberate choice to leave the fate of the Wattersons to the audience's imagination. We wanted to challenge the idea of a definitive ending, they explained. Life doesn't always wrap up neatly, and neither does The Amazing World of Gumball. The series concludes without resolution, a fitting end for a show that has always revelled in its absurdity and unpredictability. The Wattersons, who have navigated everything from interdimensional chaos to existential crises, are left in a state of uncertainty, their story unfinished. Yet, in its ambiguity, the ending captures the essence of The Amazing World of Gumball, a celebration of the messy, imperfect, and endlessly fascinating nature of life. As the final moments of the series unfold, the metatextual hints become impossible to ignore. The glitched opening sequence, Gumball's questioning of the ending, and the blinking pixel all point to the possibility of renewal. The universe of the Amazing World of Gumball is implied to be reborn anew, its characters and stories destined to play out again in an endless cycle. This cyclical nature is a recurring theme throughout the series, from the time loops in episodes like The Loop to the existential musings in The Possession. The ending extends this theme to the show itself, suggesting that even as one iteration of Elmore ends, another may begin. The creators have spoken at length about their intentions for the finale, emphasizing their desire to leave room for interpretation. We wanted the audience to feel like they were part of the story, they said. By leaving the ending open, we invite viewers to imagine what happens next, to create their own version of Elmore and its inhabitants. This approach has resonated deeply with fans, who have embraced the ambiguity as a testament to the show's enduring legacy. In the years since the finale aired, The Amazing World of Gumball has continued to captivate audiences, its unique blend of humour, heart, and meta-commentary cementing its place as a modern classic. The ending, with its haunting imagery and open-ended questions, remains a topic of fervent discussion among fans. Was it a commentary on the impermanence of fiction, a nod to the cyclical nature of existence, or simply a playful farewell to a beloved series? The answer lies in the eye of the beholder, a fitting tribute to a show that has always defied easy categorization. As the final shot fades to black, the legacy of The Amazing World of Gumball endures. Its characters, its humour, its willingness to tackle the absurd and the profound have left an indelible mark on the world of animation. The Wattersons may be gone, but their story lives on in the hearts of fans, a reminder of the power of storytelling to transcend the boundaries of reality. And perhaps, in some corner of the universe, a single pixel blinks anew, signalling the start of another chapter in the endless saga of Elmore. The creator's vision for the finale is perhaps best encapsulated in their own words. We wanted to leave the audience with a sense of wonder, of possibility. The Amazing World of Gumball has always been about pushing boundaries, about exploring the weird and wonderful corners of existence. The ending is our way of saying goodbye while leaving the door open for whatever comes next. In the end, The Amazing World of Gumball is more than just a show. It's a celebration of the unpredictable, the chaotic, and the endlessly creative nature of life. Its finale, with its haunting ambiguity and meta-textual depth, serves as a fitting conclusion to a series that has always dared to be different. As the final pixel fades, the legacy of Elmore and its inhabitants lives on, a testament to the enduring power of storytelling and the boundless possibilities of the imagination. The Wattersons' journey may be over, but their impact remains. From Gumball's relentless optimism to Darwin's unwavering loyalty, from Anai's brilliance to Nicole's strength and Richard's lovable incompetence, the family has left an indelible mark on the world of animation. Their adventures, their misadventures, and their moments of genuine connection have resonated with audiences around the globe, making The Amazing World of Gumball a timeless classic. As the credits roll for the final time, the show's legacy is secure. Its unique blend of humour, heart, and meta-commentary has cemented its place in the pantheon of great animated series. The ending, with its haunting imagery and open-ended questions, serves as a poignant reminder of the impermanence of all things, even as it hints at the possibility of renewal. In the end, The Amazing World of Gumball is a celebration of life in all its messy, chaotic, and endlessly fascinating glory. And as the final pixel blinks out, the spirit of Elmore lives on, a testament to the enduring power of storytelling and the boundless possibilities of the imagination. The creator's vision for the finale is perhaps best encapsulated in their own words. So, we wanted to leave the audience with a sense of wonder, of possibility. The Amazing World of Gumball has always been about pushing boundaries, about exploring the weird and wonderful corners of existence. The ending is our way of saying goodbye while leaving the door open for whatever comes next. In the end, The Amazing World of Gumball is more than just a show. It's a celebration of the unpredictable, the chaotic, and the endlessly creative nature of life. Its finale, with its haunting ambiguity and metatextual depth, serves as a fitting conclusion to a series that has always dared to be different. As the final pixel fades, the legacy of Elmore and its inhabitants lives on, a testament to the enduring power of storytelling and the boundless possibilities of the imagination. The Wattersons' journey may be over, but their impact remains. From Gumball's relentless optimism to Darwin's unwavering loyalty, from Anai's brilliance to Nicole's strength, and Richard's lovable incompetence, the family has left an indelible mark on the world of animation. Their adventures, their misadventures, and their moments of genuine connection have resonated with audiences around the globe, making The Amazing World of Gumball a timeless classic. As the credits roll for the final time, the show's legacy is secure. Its unique blend of humour, heart, and meta-commentary has cemented its place in the pantheon of great animated series. The ending, with its haunting imagery and open-ended questions, serves as a poignant reminder of the impermanence of all things, even as it hints at the possibility of renewal. In the end, The Amazing World of Gumball is a celebration of life in all its messy, chaotic, and endlessly fascinating glory. And as the final pixel blinks out, the spirit of Elmore lives on, a testament to the enduring power of storytelling and the boundless possibilities of the imagination. The creator's vision for the finale is perhaps best encapsulated in their own words. We wanted to leave the audience with a sense of wonder, of possibility. The Amazing World of Gumball has always been about pushing boundaries, about exploring the weird and wonderful corners of existence. The ending is our way of saying goodbye while leaving the door open for whatever comes next. In the end, The Amazing World of Gumball is more than just a show. It's a celebration of the unpredictable, the chaotic, and the endlessly creative nature of life. Its finale, with its haunting ambiguity and meta-textual depth, serves as a fitting conclusion to a series that has always dared to be different. As the final pixel fades, the legacy of Elmore and its inhabitants lives on, a testament to the enduring power of storytelling and the boundless possibilities of the imagination. The Wattersons' journey may be over, but their impact remains. From Gumball's relentless optimism to Darwin's unwavering loyalty, from Anaya's brilliance to Nicole's strength and Richard's lovable incompetence, the family has left an indelible mark on the world of animation. Their adventures, their misadventures, and their moments of genuine connection have resonated with audiences around the globe, making The Amazing World of Gumball a timeless classic. As the credits roll for the final time, the show's legacy is secure. Its unique blend of humour, heart, and meta-commentary has cemented its place in the pantheon of great animated series. The ending, with its haunting imagery and open-ended questions, serves as a poignant reminder of the impermanence of all things, even as it hints at the possibility of renewal. In the end, The Amazing World of Gumball is a celebration of life in all its messy, chaotic, and endlessly fascinating glory. And as the final pixel blinks out, the spirit of Elmore lives on, a testament to the enduring power of storytelling and the boundless possibilities of the imagination. The creator's vision for the finale is perhaps best encapsulated in their own words. We wanted to leave the audience with a sense of wonder, of possibility. The Amazing World of Gumball has always been about pushing boundaries, about exploring the weird and wonderful corners of existence. The ending is our way of saying goodbye while leaving the door open for whatever comes next. In the end, The Amazing World of Gumball is more than just a show. It's a celebration of the unpredictable, the chaotic, and the endlessly creative nature of life. Its finale, with its haunting ambiguity and metatextual depth, serves as a fitting conclusion to a series that has always dared to be different. As the final pixel fades, the legacy of Elmore and its inhabitants lives on, a testament to the enduring power of storytelling and the boundless possibilities of the imagination. The Wattersons' journey may be over, but their impact remains. From Gumball's relentless optimism to Darwin's unwavering loyalty, from Anaya's brilliance to Nicole's strength and Richard's lovable incompetence, the family has left an indelible mark on the world of animation. Their adventures, their misadventures, and their moments of genuine connection have resonated with audiences around the globe, making The Amazing World of Gumball a timeless classic. As the credits roll for the final time, the show's legacy is secure. Its unique blend of humour, heart, and meta-commentary has cemented its place in the pantheon of great animated series. The ending, with its haunting imagery and open-ended questions, serves as a poignant reminder of the impermanence of all things, even as it hints at the possibility of renewal. In the end, the Amazing World of Gumball is a celebration of life, in all its messy, chaotic, and endlessly fascinating glory. And as the final pixel blinks out, the spirit of Elmore lives on, a testament to the enduring power of storytelling and the boundless possibilities of the imagination. The creator's vision for the finale is perhaps best encapsulated in their own words. We wanted to leave the audience with a sense of wonder, of possibility. The Amazing World of Gumball has always been about pushing boundaries, about exploring the weird and wonderful corners of existence. The ending is our way of saying goodbye while leaving the door open for whatever comes next. In the end, The Amazing World of Gumball is more than just a show. It's a celebration of the unpredictable, the chaotic, and the endlessly creative nature of life. Its finale, with its haunting ambiguity and meta-textual depth, serves as a fitting conclusion to a series that has always dared to be different. As the final pixel fades, the legacy of Elmore and its inhabitants lives on, a testament to the enduring power of storytelling and the boundless possibilities of the imagination. The Wattersons' journey may be over, but their impact remains. From Gumball's relentless optimism to Darwin's unwavering loyalty, from Aenea's brilliance to Nicole's strength and Richard's lovable incompetence, the family has left an indelible mark on the world of animation. Their adventures, their misadventures, and their moments of genuine connection have resonated with audiences around the globe, making The Amazing World of Gumball a timeless classic. As the credits roll for the final time, the show's legacy is secure. Its unique blend of humour, heart, and meta-commentary has cemented its place in the pantheon of great animated series. The ending, with its haunting imagery and open-ended questions, serves as a poignant reminder of the impermanence of all things, even as it hints at the possibility of renewal. In the end, The Amazing World of Gumball is a celebration of life, in all its messy, chaotic, and endlessly fascinating glory. And as the final pixel blinks out, the spirit of Elmore lives on, a testament to the enduring power of storytelling and the boundless possibilities of the imagination. The creator's vision for the finale is perhaps best encapsulated in their own words. We wanted to leave the audience with a sense of wonder, of possibility. The Amazing World of Gumball has always been about pushing boundaries, about exploring the weird and wonderful corners of existence. The ending is our way of saying goodbye while leaving the door open for whatever comes next. In the end, The Amazing World of Gumball is more than just a show. It's a celebration of the unpredictable, the chaotic, and the endlessly creative nature of life. Its finale, with its haunting ambiguity and metatextual depth, serves as a fitting conclusion to a series that has always dared to be different. As the final pixel fades, the legacy of Elmore and its inhabitants lives on, a testament to the enduring power of storytelling and the boundless possibilities of the imagination. The Wattersons' journey may be over, but their impact remains. From Gumball's relentless optimism to Darwin's unwavering loyalty, from Aenea's brilliance to Nicole's strength and Richard's lovable incompetence, the family has left an indelible mark on the world of animation. Their adventures, their misadventures, and their moments of genuine connection have resonated with audiences around the globe, making The Amazing World of Gumball a timeless classic. As the credits roll for the final time, the show's legacy is secure. Its unique blend of humour, heart, and meta-commentary has cemented its place in the pantheon of great animated series. The ending, with its haunting imagery and open-ended questions, serves as a poignant reminder of the impermanence of all things, even as it hints at the possibility of renewal. In the end, the Amazing World of Gumball is a celebration of life in all its messy, chaotic, and endlessly fascinating glory, and as the final pixel blinks out, the spirit of Elmore lives on, a testament to the enduring power of storytelling and the boundless possibilities of the imagination. The creator's vision for the finale is perhaps best encapsulated in their own words. We wanted to leave the audience with a sense of wonder, of possibility. The Amazing World of Gumball has always been about pushing boundaries, about exploring the weird and wonderful corners of existence. The ending is our way of saying goodbye while leaving the door open for whatever comes next. In the end, The Amazing World of Gumball is more than just a show. It's a celebration of the unpredictable, the chaotic, and the endlessly creative nature of life. Its finale, with its haunting ambiguity and metatextual depth, serves as a fitting conclusion to a series that has always dared to be different. As the final pixel fades, the legacy of Elmore and its inhabitants lives on, a testament to the enduring power of storytelling and the boundless possibilities of the imagination. The Wattersons' journey may be over, but their impact remains. From Gumball's relentless optimism to Darwin's unwavering loyalty, from Ananias's brilliance to Nicole's strength and Richard's lovable incompetence, the family has left an indelible mark on the world of animation. Their adventures, their misadventures, and their moments of genuine connection have resonated with audiences around the globe, making The Amazing World of Gumball a timeless classic. As the credits roll for the final time, the show's legacy is secure. Its unique blend of humour, heart, and meta-commentary has cemented its place in the pantheon of great animated series. The ending, with its haunting imagery and open-ended questions, serves as a poignant reminder of the impermanence of all things, even as it hints at the possibility of renewal. In the end, The Amazing World of Gumball is a celebration of life in all its messy, chaotic, and endlessly fascinating glory. And as the final pixel blinks out, the spirit of Elmore lives on, a testament to the enduring power of storytelling and the boundless possibilities of the imagination. The creator's vision for the finale is perhaps best encapsulated in their own words. We wanted to leave the audience with a sense of wonder, of possibility. The Amazing World of Gumball has always been about pushing boundaries, about exploring the weird and wonderful corners of existence. The ending is our way of saying goodbye while leaving the door open for whatever comes next. In the end, The Amazing World of Gumball is more than just a show. It's a celebration of the unpredictable, the chaotic, and the endlessly creative nature of life. Its finale, with its haunting ambiguity and metatextual depth, serves as a fitting conclusion to a series that has always dared to be different. As the final pixel fades, the legacy of Elmore and its inhabitants lives on, a testament to the enduring power of storytelling and the boundless possibilities of the imagination. The Wattersons' journey may be over, but their impact remains. From Gumball's relentless optimism to Darwin's unwavering loyalty, from Ananias's brilliance to Nicole's strength and Richard's lovable incompetence, the family has left an indelible mark on the world of animation. Their adventures, their misadventures, and their moments of genuine connection have resonated with audiences around the globe, making The Amazing World of Gumball a timeless classic. As the credits roll for the final time, the show's legacy is secure. Its unique blend of humour, heart, and meta-commentary has cemented its place in the pantheon of great animated series. The ending, with its haunting imagery and open-ended questions, serves as a poignant reminder of the impermanence of all things, even as it hints at the possibility of renewal. In the end, The Amazing World of Gumball is a celebration of life in all its messy, chaotic, and endlessly fascinating glory. And as the final pixel blinks out, the spirit of Elmore lives on, a testament to the enduring power of storytelling and the boundless possibilities of the imagination. The creator's vision for the finale is perhaps best encapsulated in their own words. We wanted to leave the audience with a sense of wonder, of possibility. The Amazing World of Gumball has always been about pushing boundaries, about exploring the weird and wonderful corners of existence. The ending is our way of saying goodbye while leaving the door open for whatever comes next. In the end, The Amazing World of Gumball is more than just a show. It's a celebration of the unpredictable, the chaotic, and the endlessly creative nature of life. Its finale, with its haunting ambiguity and metatextual depth, serves as a fitting conclusion to a series that has always dared to be different. As the final pixel fades, the legacy of Elmore and its inhabitants lives on, a testament to the enduring power of storytelling and the boundless possibilities of the imagination. The Wattersons' journey may be over, but their impact remains. From Gumball's relentless optimism to Darwin's unwavering loyalty, from Annie's brilliance to Nicole's strength and Richard's lovable incompetence, the family has left an indelible mark on the world of animation. Their adventures, their misadventures, and their moments of genuine connection have resonated with audiences around the globe, making The Amazing World of Gumball a timeless classic. As the credits roll for the final time, the show's legacy is secure. Its unique blend of humour, heart, and meta-commentary has cemented its place in the pantheon of great animated series. The ending, with its haunting imagery and open-ended questions, serves as a poignant reminder of the impermanence of all things, even as it hints at the possibility of renewal. In the end, The Amazing World of Gumball is a celebration of life in all its messy, chaotic, and endlessly fascinating glory. And as the final pixel blinks out, the spirit of Elmore lives on, a testament to the enduring power of storytelling and the boundless possibilities of the imagination. The creator's vision for the finale is perhaps best encapsulated in their own words. We wanted to leave the audience with a sense of wonder, of possibility. The Amazing World of Gumball has always been about pushing boundaries, about exploring the weird and wonderful corners of existence. The ending is our way of saying goodbye while leaving the door open for whatever comes next. In the end, The Amazing World of Gumball is more than just a show. It's a celebration of the unpredictable, the chaotic, and the endlessly creative nature of life. Its finale, with its haunting ambiguity, and from its chaotic beginnings in Elmore Junior High to the existential unravelling of its very reality. The Amazing World of Gumball chronicles a universe where the absurd and the profound collide with relentless creativity. Through the misadventures of Gumball, Darwin, and their eccentric family and friends, the series explores themes of identity, existence, and the fragility of storytelling itself, culminating in the metatextual chaos of the final days of Elmore. Each moment, whether a mundane schoolyard squabble or a universe-shattering revelation, builds upon the show's unique blend of humour, heart, and existential inquiry. And that is the complete The Amazing World of Gumball timeline.